Thank you. Well, welcome everybody. So, day 2 of budget meetings, and it's foggy, and I don't know that the ski conditions will be that good today. So it's all good that we're here having a time together talking about the budget. And today's agenda is going to include parks, public works, human resources, and finance. So it's going to be a full day. And we are also having lunch and learn today. So I'd like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Ktunaxa, the Syilx, and the Snipes people. It is home to the Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor their connection to the land and rivers and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. And so we have no items. But I have an adoption of the agenda circulated. Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Okay, so starting off with parks. If they can, I can see that they're there just.
Last minute fine tuning here.
Oh, it's, you know, I'm sorry, computers haven't made the world easier.
No.
Let's just be honest. And I use more paper now than I ever did. I remember working in healthcare and 20 years ago when they said, oh no, you have to do all your charting on computer, and I was just like, I think I was using twice as much paper then. Okay, over then to you, Mr. Henderson. So, and make sure if you've got different members of your team coming during the course of the morning to introduce them all when they come, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Charlie Henderson, Director of Municipal Operations with the city. To my left is Charles Jansen, Manager of Public Works and Parks. So any questions, direct to him.
Whoa, you just got put on the spot.
That's why I'm here. But yeah, excited to be here. Budget season's always a good time. We'll go through some accomplishments, what we're looking forward to from a maintenance and operations perspective in 26, and also some budget requests. To kick it off, this is their org chart for the parks team, obviously led by GM Mr. Johnson, myself as the director. We have a strong management and supervisory team. Below that, we also have obviously grouped into this our transit and garage, and we have our office administrator admin component to this team. This isn't an overview of all of operations, but it's a snapshot of that parks. Sorry, my screen's saver. We go into a little bit more regarding our parks team. It does compose of 21 staff, and that does include 2 summer students, some casual employees, seasonal employees. We have 3 arborists, we have 2 cemetery workers, 5 gardeners, lead hand, supervisor, manager, director, and GM. The new addition to 2025 was the operations supervisor. That role has been, it's been a great success. So that is our liaison between unionized staff and management in the field, keeping accountability and efficiencies. Sorry, I jumped ahead. I think a little bit too fast on the slide there. Our core responsibilities are urban canopy and tree management, looking to 2026. These are our goals. Our parks and green spaces, the maintenance of all of our parks, our benches, our sports fields, working with our user groups, especially down at the sports field, soccer associations, ball. Those have all been very successful and busy areas. Grounds and horticulture, our mowing, irrigation, display beds, our greenhouse propagation. We really try to now produce those expensive plants rather than purchase those expensive plants from suppliers. So that's what that greenhouse is really looking to accomplish, not the small run-of-the-mill plants where we see that increase in costs for those expensive plants. That's what we're trying to do. With our mowing, we have multiple.
I'm just curious what an expensive plant is.
Well, so for instance, we're talking along the lines of begonias, geraniums, they actually they take long to grow in the greenhouse, and so cannas, yeah. So these are plants that we've determined that we can do better than ordering from a supplier. And quite often we get shorted or we get a substitute. We don't actually get what we actually ordered.
Mm-hmm.
So this way we're actually able to better plan and execute according to our plan.
Awesome, thanks. I just was curious. I was thinking of, going around and seeing all the gardens and. Thanks.
The annuals. Annuals?
Yeah, annuals.
Back to mowing, so we have multiple green spaces throughout town. Some are irrigated, some are not. We deploy, a substantial amount of effort to maintaining all of the green spaces, grasses around town. Special projects are tree and plant orders, our seasonal display gardens, and also all the public facing spaces in the downtown core and around town as well. So we are ensuring vibrant, healthy, and accessible green spaces that enhance community enjoyment and environmental quality. 2026 initiatives, early season full mobilization. As we look outside, we don't see any snow on the ground. We really want to ensure that our business community is being heard. Our patio season's kicked off. We're welcoming tourists in the downtown core. Historically, we haven't had a full mobilization because we've had strong winters or large winter sand cleanup. So this last year, we took on a strategy of bringing in more casual employees, trying to get our college summer students here earlier, and then ramping up quite quickly to ensure that maybe we can open up the patio season 2 weeks early, or we get those display gardens ready for planting. When we do talk about planting, we try to look to that May long weekend just due to frost. So we don't want to plant a bunch of plants and then frost come. So we try to really wait for that May long weekend.
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, I just want to say that just from my perspective, the town is really looking great. In the last, for sure, the last year was beautiful. Lots of pieces are getting done. You can really see it out there. So thank you. And the other piece I was wondering about is we don't get snowpack. We're not getting that melt and then saturation into the ground. Do you notice that having an effect on planting and growth? And there is no snowpack. It's manageable.
That's a great question. So currently, when we're looking at what the snowpack is, we're higher than average currently. It's that middle snowpack that I think you're referencing to. Currently around town, we are seeing issues with groundwater. So currently today, I would say that the saturation is quite high. And it all depends on our snowpack. It all depends on our melting through freshet. That worst condition that we can get is that rain on snow event. Or a very, very fast, hot May. So it's very hard to predict that weather. Currently, I think we're in really great shape for a growing season, and our snowpack is healthy. So,
sorry, just as a supplemental, the snow that we typically would have gotten in the winter here, maybe a foot or two, and then that melts off into the ground. And I'm wondering, in the parks and when you're digging down, is it dry? Is it saturated enough?
Yeah, we're still seeing that saturation.
Yeah, I think what you'll find is one of the challenges is when you have snow on the ground. Yes, when it eventually melts, that starts to saturate into the ground, but depending on how the melt happens, it can only saturate the ground can only take on so much so quickly, right?
Right.
So actually, having seasons like this where the ground isn't frozen allows that water to, and this constant wetting really allows that water to get deeper and deeper. And you start getting into, when you start talking about wildfire risk, I know you're asking about planting, but the same thing is happening with the heavier fuels. So the bigger pieces of wood in the understory and everything. So, you know, we don't have the snowpack that we historically would have. The ground not being frozen is allowing that water to really get deep down and really saturate down. Whereas if we had the snowpack, it starts to melt, the ground starts thawing out, and you know, the water can only get so deep into the ground before it just starts running off, and then it might be gone if we have that really hot May, right?
Okay.
So it's actually, you know, this constant wetting, like whenever you think about whether it's wildfire mitigation or effective, you know, saturation of the ground, it's that like sort of low intensity, constant wetting that you're looking for that really helps things out.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Payne?
Can you just remind me when patio season started last year? Was it April 15th?
No, we were before the date, Yeah.
We were 2 weeks before.
so that might have been April
Beginning of May.
15th.
I think it was April 15th
We,
Okay.
this year.
Because May 1st
were
is the
able to-
target, right?
May 1st
May
is the
1st is the
target.
day that we
I
always
know you were
tell
able to do early last year, which
Yeah.
was great, and so that's the target for this year as well?
May the 1st is the target.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
get that point, but it just
It
sounds
changes year
like
by
you're
Yes.
preparing to
Correct,
strategically be ready to go for that.
Yeah, I read a very interesting article yesterday. Kelowna has started their street sweeping program.
Wow.
So, you know, that's planting seeds in our operations as well. We have yet to do a downtown snow clean out this season,
Mhm.
which is a first for, you know, my short duration here, 4 years. So, we'll see what this weather brings, we'll see what February brings. It's definitely been on the milder side below Latimer. I'll head back into the PowerPoint. So we really want to focus on our presentation, our obviously our safety of our team and the public use start to the season. So we want to ensure that we have a good presentation for the tourist seasons. We're fortunate enough to have 2 horticulturalists on staff this year, and that's been a real bonus for our team. Urban canopy and green space stewardship, proactive tree maintenance. That includes our inspections as well, and of our trees, our prunings, our removals, continued investment in our urban canopy and health for long-term sustainability, planned tree and plant orders to support climate resilience and park vitality, as we've seen some of the trees, you know, kind of dovetailing off Mr. Johnson's comments. We did see some stress during those hot summer months in some of our trees. Asset care and community spaces, ongoing maintenance for our parks, our benches, the cemetery, our sports fields. We have a mowing program that we put in place with our user groups just to ensure that our team can get into the sports fields prior to all the user groups, all the soccers. And we have a scheduled mowing program in place, our irrigation management, and we'll talk a bit more about an irrigation capital program request as well.
Just before you get much further, can we go back to trees?
Sure.
Because I did read that the CBT we've just received a grant for $100,000.
That's correct.
How is that gonna be, are you gonna be talking about that later, or or is that gonna be factoring into some of this tree planting?
Let's dive into it now.
Hmm?
We can dive into it.
Unless you have it, I didn't see it later, and it was just sort of, seemed like breaking news to me, so I think it's always good news that I love to share, and I
Yeah.
hope you feel it's good news too.
I very much agree. So with that grant, Charles and I worked on that program with our climate team, that grant application. So that will support our annual tree purchase, our planting, and our maintenance of those trees moving forward, up to that $100,000. So it's a really big win operationally for us. We really crunched the numbers. I hit the spreadsheet pretty hard, and we covered all the costs. So we're really looking forward to that, as when we plant these trees, we really need to make sure that they'll have the longevity. So we need to nurture them and hand water them for quite some time, 2-3 years after we plant. So that encompasses those costs as well.
I may have supplemental, the article that I read said climate resilient trees. So are we shifting the type of trees that we'll be planting, knowing that, you know, as the climate does shift,
Yeah, we'll be meeting with our arborists and horticulturists and come up with a list of appropriate trees going forward. I mean, there has been plantings in the past that have been inappropriate, and maybe the climate at that time was different than it is now, and so we will definitely be taking recommendations from staff on what the appropriate species will be.
Yeah, I just remember when we toured with Monticola just prior to the last election, and they were saying they were trying a bunch of different species that were generally further south, but they felt that as they were looking forward to the life of the tree, that they may be species that will be. So I just presume you're doing the same thing as we do. Thank you.
Greenhouse propagation, we spoke about, we're really looking to make sure that's a valued asset and one that's not a hindrance. And just making sure our display beds to enhance our key public spaces. Okay. Jump into public works then. Any questions on parks?
Councillor Payne?
I'm interested in the cemetery. We had the cemetery master plan come in. I didn't see anything specific in the
Correct,
work
that,
plan.
January 30th.
So you're coming in with all the details for that on January 30th?
I think we have a pretty lengthy
Okay,
dive into the
yeah,
cemetery
we don't
follow-up.
see that far out, so, or, no, is that, oh, we did see.
Yeah, I
thought the
think,
schedule changed, so I'm a little
yeah,
confused
I
on
think
when.
it's probably not, there
30th.
you go, January 30th.
Okay,
Yeah.
all good then, thank you, because I looked at that plan and I'm very curious on how we're moving
I
forward
will
there.
be back for that discussion.
Councillor
Looking forward
Tate?
to seeing you, thank you.
Councillor Tate?
Can you remind me the timeline on looking at the Hendricks Street right of way and parkifying it?
Yeah, great question. So with that, we have infrastructure competing interests there, and it is part of a capital plan for our water looping program. So we will be mobilizing equipment to that site and ripping it all up to loop that water main.
This year?
No, not this year. This year we're going to Josephine. So we will be working with our engineering team to figure out that schedule, but we don't want to go put a ton of effort into Hendricks, do a great pathway and display gardens, and then mow an excavator into that site. So we will be maintaining it as is currently. We'll definitely allocate our parks team to make sure that it's appeasing the public's eye, but we do have some infrastructure that needs to be installed in that area.
So Charlie, as a follow-up, are we gonna do the design ourselves, or are we gonna hire a consultant, or how we
It's
gonna?
definitely conversations that we've had with the engineering team.
Okay.
We've also talked about some cemetery design as well, so that's definitely on the table, yes.
Looks like we can keep going.
Okay, sounds great. Sorry. Just gonna fire this one up as well.
Charlie, maybe before you leave parks, how are you feeling overall of our ability to maintain the parks with the staff we have? Are there still gaps? I know some of the waterfront pathways in the past have been challenging. I know some of the amenity area. Anyway, just sort of where do you feel we're at in terms of being able to maintain these parks, especially with this longer season we're experiencing?
Yeah, I really appreciate that question. So this will be my 9th season as a director. This is my actually 5th season, my 4th year with the city. So my approach in coming to the city of Malton for definitely the first year was to observe, to see the successes and some efficiencies that we could apply. We took the approach last season to really ramp up that parks team fast and early. Yes, it came at a cost. We watched our budget really climb really fast, but we saw really great outcomes as well, especially in the downtown core, the greenhouse, the sports fields. So I think one of the bigger challenge now is trying to predict the weather that this climate change has brought. When I moved to Nelson, it was coming off Snowmageddon. And so I think the council had to approve a budget amendment because it was such a strenuous year. I haven't personally seen that, but my roots go back to Nelson to 1998 when my sister went to Selkirk College. I think our parks across the board are some of the best in British Columbia. You look to Gyro, you look to our sports field, you look to the user groups and their commitment. Sometimes it's hard for us as a management or as a maintenance team to get into the sports fields because there's so many user groups active in that area. But when those user groups, dissipate, our teams get in, we do the maintenance. If I take a stand back and look at all the great accomplishments, we live in an absolute gorgeous community, and I really tip my hat to the parks team. They're dedicated. As I said, we have 2 horticulturalists. We have so many staff that are 30-year vets. We're gonna have a big retirement coming up, but it goes to show their commitment to the city as well. So I'm really proud to be a part of the team. Yeah.
That's okay.
I'm interested because I'm working with some people on another project, and I noticed that both Trail and Castlegar are members of the Community in Bloom network across Canada. Is there a reason that Nelson has never?
We have.
been.
We have.
We were in the past.
So is there a reason we aren't?
It takes a big volunteer group to make that happen. You need it's really more, it's not so much the city's part of this, it's really the community's part. Are they maintaining their yards, their boulevards, that's really my experience with it was really about the community looking after their green spaces.
So wouldn't that sort of be the next natural step in what Parks is trying to accomplish with the public spaces and then going further, or?
Well, I think it ran its course because our community really want to keep doing that.
And so it was hard to get on their network without being a member to find out so where would I get more information about that to understand?
What part do you want to understand? I mean, you can contact
How
me
long
if you
ago
would.
it happened in Nelson, how long it ran, how many people were involved, that sort of information, was there
I guess we could, if there's an
10 years
interesting
ago or
concept,
at least-
at least 10 years ago.
at least 10.
Probably ran
Maybe even
6,
before
7,
Cossacks.
4 to 6 years.
Okay, I'll reach out then. I
It
can-
just,
I can-
the volunteers weren't there, and not everything keeps running, and there has to be a lot of commitment from individual property owners to also be maintaining their properties in a reasonable state. And it's really tough if you're out there really doubling down on what your yard looks like and the person next door to you decides that they don't want to mow the grass or maintain their property. It's a difficult challenge.
Yeah, I think as a community as a whole, I think we're more active people than gardeners. That's my observation. Our people would rather be out mountain biking or skiing or hiking or whatever. I think yard maintenance doesn't, we cut our grass and plant a few flowers, but I was in Sydney on the island, and you felt like you were in Bouchard Gardens. Every single house had manicured lawns, and well, they probably all had gardeners, mind you, but that doesn't seem to be our culture, but who knows?
I will further investigate, thank you.
Questions towards parks?
Just a comment, I echo everything you said there. We have amazing parks and dedicated staff and it's, as Councillor Woodward said, it's really great. And I've talked a long time, we want our staff to feel this is their front yard and approach it that way, and I've seen that happening.
To build on that, an interesting thing that I learned about, I was chatting with one of our employees who had retired but comes back every spring and summer and works up at Gyro Park because that's where he's been working. And you know, he explained to me the Gyro Park is the sort of largest, most diverse arboretum in the interior of BC. Like there's, you know, before you get to like these larger, you know, high budget places like Chart Gardens, things like that, there's the most diversity of, you know, sort of unique and exotic trees throughout Gyro Park. So just an interesting thing to think about when, you know, we all go there and walk through it and, you know, remark at how beautiful it is. But there's been a lot of thought and consideration of what gets planted there over the years.
That's why the bears are there.
Well, to be honest, that's, yeah, I mean, part of the reason why we were talking about it, because the bears, when they're there, do a lot of damage, right? You know, $20,000-$30,000 worth of damage. So
Wow.
it's an interesting thing to consider, you know.
I
how
actually
they
do have
feel.
another question that comes up, damage. Bear bins, thank you. If I may, I am curious, is there a standard distance between city garbage cans? And how do we determine when another garbage can might be needed? And at what point is the tipping point of, there seems to be a lot of dog poop in a certain area, should we be putting in a garbage can?
Great question. So, you know, take how I try to explain operations. So we are the maintenance team of existing infrastructure. So there's a planning department, there's an engineering team, they, you know, produce the plans, they build the plans. When those become city ownership, those are transferred to us to maintain for the lifespan of that infrastructure. There will be requests, you know, throughout the projects or throughout the lifespan of, can we add this? And we typically, we're the doers, we get that job done. If there is a standard off the top of my head, I can't think of one. But if there is a need for it, I'm all ears.
You would just go on the feedback form online?
Yes.
Thanks,
Service requests, please.
thank you.
Okay.
Charlie, I think you get Charles, feedback from your staff where they're seeing problems, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All plans aren't perfect, you know, and we definitely pivot and we'll add items when needed. You know, we'll transfer from regular garbage cans to bear bins. You know, that's the community's need. We're all ears for sure. But we do rely heavily on the engineering department, the planning department, and when we have those blueprints to follow, that's how we will execute.
Okay, not seeing any more questions or comments, so back over to you.
Okay. I'm sorry. It's over here. Public Works. Team composition, 16 staff total, 10 unionized employees. We try to allocate one summer student, 2 casual, seasonal employees for the spring and summer. We have our newly addition of our operations supervisor, 1 manager, Charles Jensen beside me, myself, the director, and Mr. Johnson, the general manager. Our core services are all of the roadways, our alleys, our sidewalk maintenance, snow removal, our waste management, our garbage and recycling team, and of course our downtown maintenance throughout the summertime that falls under our public works budget. 2025 operational enhancements was the additions of that operations supervisor, and that is really the lifeline now between a management scheduling, working the deployment. That operations supervisor can take those plans and be that direct contact with the field team and provide that direction or change or pivot when needed. That individual, Mr. Kelly, ensures the implementation of all our operational plans, and we listen to his feedback of efficiencies as well and where we can improve. He has been with the city for quite some time. He started off in the union and had aspirations to join the management team, and I can't say enough great things. He's been a great addition. Any questions on that before I flip slide? 2026 initiatives, so maintaining that infrastructure, just as I was mentioning before, continuing to focus on our roadways, on our infrastructure preservation, proactive in our pothole, our road repair, addressing that freeze-thaw impact, so that kind of speaks about our crack sealing program, and then I'll also talk about a capital request as well. Our lime painting for safety, visibility, and accessibility. And our team does a fair portion of that line painting, but we do contract out the really long lines as that specialized equipment. So we tend to do the stop bars and the curves and the handwork that we can do. And also we did purchase the equipment a couple of years ago for us to achieve that. So if there is an issue with line painting, maybe a paving program comes through and we need to put the stop bars back in, we're able to deploy that and not have to wait a full year to have that painted. So a win for us. Community service and communication, we really just want to make sure.
Charlie, before you move on to that, on the maintaining existing infrastructure, maybe can you just provide a bit of an update on, I see on this previous slide you had roads and alleys, just a bit of an update on maybe how we're approaching the laneways with using the millings, and then as well a bit of a, well, yeah, let's leave it at the laneways for now and then we'll get into the roads later.
So I think back in 2023, I put forward a program for alley rehabilitation. So how that program works is the engineering has their capital paving program, and the product that comes out of that is alley grinding. So we had this massive stockpile of alley grindings up in the 11th. So the program I put forward is to utilize those grindings in the alleys. We rescreen them, we put them to a certain spec, we haul them to site, we prep the site in the alley, we get rid of all of the organics, grade it, compact it, we bring in the grindings, grade it, compact it, and then we use a material called reclamite. And reclamite is basically a binding agent that gives it kind of that aesthetic look of asphalt. It doesn't have longevity, it doesn't have the durability, but it does hold up much better than just putting grindings down or wrap. It's just the small little pieces of asphalt. It's been very successful. It helps out with dust control, it helps out with laneway maintenance, deploying the graders when we have the potholes. We did use it on Cherry Street as well, as there's a major project going up at the water treatment facility. So we've been having a lot of concrete trucks going up that road, and it's holding out, quite well. It's not something I tend to use on a roadway with high volumes of traffic. I tend to really focus on alleys. And you'll notice in those dry, hot summers, we're not seeing that massive plume of dust. Yes, we do have a dust control program. But yeah, the approach to this has always been to work from the downtown core out, and that's been our approach. Or when we're having a lot of service requests, there's one higher up on Park and Cherry where, the community said, like, can you apply something here? And we listened to them and had conversations with Mr. Johnson, Mr. Cormack about that, and we applied it there.
Councillor Payne.
At different times, I'm not sure when it came in, but we've seen maps of what roadways you are trying to work on during the year.
It's an engineering function,
okay.
but I'll be happy to speak to that. But yes, that is our capital paving program. So when engineering identifies, lower problematic roadways and good infrastructure below, then they will apply new asphalt to that. But it's really a full assessment of how good are the pipes below, because we don't want to repave something knowing that we're going to come through 3 years later in the water main. So they're definitely very calculated on that.
And there's a slide coming up that'll show the capital paving program.
And it does have the map on it?
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Councillor Page.
We don't have it.
I emailed out a new deck this morning.
Okay.
That-
Sorry, I thought I
From
had
last year too.
Councillor Page.
I appreciate the reclamite on many of the laneways. I think it makes a big difference. I think there are still some where there's too much pitch. It's too much of an angle, so it ends up still seeing a lot of water intrusion and gets worn out pretty quickly. Do we contemplate going even just a little bit further. Some of those laneways, I'm thinking between Carbon and Victoria, we get in there, we do a lot of work, and it seems like 2 or 3 months into it, once there's been some water, it gets
For asphalt, hot asphalt?
Yeah, like could we go a little further on some of those more problematic spots we have to revisit so frequently?
Yeah, I think that's a great conversation piece. I tend not to oversee the asphalt paving program. That tends to be an engineering talk, but I can definitely take that away.
And I think, you know, one of the reasons why I wanted, you know, Charlie to speak a bit to the laneway rehabilitation is I think it's a wonderful example of staff figuring out ways to increase service levels without increasing costs, right? And so that's really where we're at in the city in general, is how do we maintain service levels without increasing costs? And how can we possibly increase service levels without increasing costs? So, you know, the laneway rehabilitation, as Charlie said, when we have our capital paving program. We, you know, this is an asset management function for asphalt roads. We know that we are doing okay on that. We're not doing great. And, you know, we know the amount of money that we invest in that annually into it, which we'll speak to later in this presentation. Now, starting to add in some of those laneways would take away from us keeping up with our roadways that see a lot of traffic. So I think that's part of the challenge. And I know that Charlie's team did tackle a couple of steep laneways last summer to see how that ultimately pans out and works in the long run with the reclamite. So we're hopeful that that can continue to expand. But, you know, paving laneways is probably pretty low down on the priority until we get to a better place with our roadway. And the path that we're on with our roadway right now is one that we are maintaining a decent service level out of our roads. But it's not one that is going to close a gap such that we can walk away from, you know, repaving of roads for, you know, a number of years to do other things. Like this is just something that you have to keep up with, otherwise you fall behind. So that would be a discussion for increased budget to the paving program if there were 1 or 2 that we could add into a year. But in the meantime, you know, the reclamite, it's doing a number of things. One, it's reducing the dust, so, you know, increasing like resident satisfaction in those areas. It's reducing the amount of labor that goes into all the ongoing maintenance of those laneways. It's also reducing labor in terms of after a big rainfall when all of those laneways rinse out onto the street, and then we have to go and sweep those up and collect all of that material and deal with it. We aren't seeing that anymore. And of course, as well as, I think I mentioned it, but dealing with this growing stockpile of product that we had nothing else to do with. So now we're making quasi road out of it. So I just think it's a really great example of staff coming forward, and Charlie has a few other initiatives that'll come later on in the presentation that, you know, just shows how we're figuring out ways to keep that service level where it's at or increase it, but managing the costs associated with that.
I have a question on that same topic. Is yours on the reclamite? Yeah, okay.
Don't want to get too in the weeds for sure, but just speaking of that new product, and I know we in the past had a lot of sort of feedback from Cherry Street up by the rail trails there. Is that something that you've applied in that particular area? And having done that, have you noticed that people are any happier?
Yeah, that's a great example. So every rainfall, observatory would be covered with gravel, you know, 2 blocks down, and we would be deploying our sweepers. And especially a really challenging example would be during winter sand cleanup. So we're really focused on cleaning up all the streets, and then we have a rainfall and we would see, you know, 2 blocks of gravel. So we listened to a resident. We had, you know, a great conversation with a resident who had lived there for 20 years, and he had seen what we had done in the alleys, and you know, we had that really great collaborative conversation. I brought that up to Mr. Cormack and Mr. Johnson, and that's where we went to apply that reclamite. And now we're seeing dump trucks go up, or concrete trucks utilize that road as well. So yeah, I think it's been a really big success there. But I really, it's not a solution for roadways. You know, that it's a solution for alleys. It's not a solution for paving or taking away from a hot mix. This is a liquid that goes on as a binding agent to hold that reused asphalt together. Asphalt goes down at an engineered thickness to support concrete tracks. So, you know, we're all just kind of holding our breath here a little bit, and you know, we will have to go back and maintain that road. It's being heavily used by contractors, by the public, by, you know, our team. So we're really just monitoring that situation. But yeah, I do feel it's been a good one.
Yeah, and to Charlie's point, you know, asphalt goes on, you know, to prescribed thickness based on the use that it'll see. The entire road base is built up from a meter, a couple meters, sometimes depending on its use, right? To build it up. Those roads were never developed like that, right? So that's when we start talking about, you know, doing a full pave job on those roads. They were sort of just cut in, they weren't necessarily engineered. So to actually go through and pave a road like that is a very significant investment. And, you know, ultimately, from what I understand, the way that that road is, you know, you're always gonna end up with some challenges with the asphalt, nevertheless, right?
Yeah.
Because it's so steep, it's got that chicane in there. But yeah.
It must be an ongoing difficult conversation because there's probably a lot of roads in the community that weren't engineered for the use that they're currently getting. And that would be a good example of something that like maybe 30 years ago wasn't the most traveled area.
Still a train going by it?
Yeah, but now it definitely is, and so
Yeah.
things have changed, and knowing when to pull the trigger on that change is the challenge, I suppose.
Well, I think we will bring back what the unpaved roads in Nelson are, because that is, we do have more than that as unpaved roads here, and you know, the traditional program was the neighbors paid a certain percentage of that, but with, you know, with the cost today, it's a huge bill to build a road in today's world. So it's, you know, it's road base, it's drainage, it's paving a road is not just
Curb and sidewalk, yeah.
yeah, it's, well, even if you don't need sidewalk, but you need curb.
Yeah.
Right, so so it's a huge cost, and we should, you know, maybe
Something that we've been talking about over 25, right? There was an item that came to council earlier in 25 that discussed the paving of a road, right, and the costs associated with it, so.
Maybe if I can jump in a little bit. We did 6 alleys, you know, 100 meters long each alley, and the road in question for under $50,000. And that's utilizing our own materials, our own equipment, and our own labor. So, you know, it's a big win in my eyes. And you know, to dovetail off the cost of building infrastructure and new roads, you know, we talked about sub-base and curb and gutter. But if you want to put new water mains, new sanitary, new storm in that design as well, you know, you're looking probably at $1.5 million for every 250 meters. So, you know, this is a win for the community.
Councilor Tate?
These are all really good wins. I was curious if you're using this material and it doesn't hold the same way asphalt does. When we have those big storms, are we gonna see some deleterious effects on the water system, and is there more chemicals and such going straight into the lake because of that? Is there any studies on that? Do you have any idea?
That opens up a really big conversation about using asphalt in general.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so every asphalt road has a petroleum base to it. So it's a tough question, to be honest. I don't have that answer. But we're reducing what's going into our storm system by binding that agent to the alleys, right?
So the rocks aren't
So the rocks aren't coming out. So we're helping our infrastructure. But when we open up the discussion about the environment and all of the asphalt paved roads in a community, that's a really big conversation.
Charlie, I guess maybe a different way to ask it might be, do we find that when we do have significant storms that there is erosion caused on the reclamite treated laneways just from the water, or does it require sort of a hole to be chewed in it already that it can then start to erode? Is that?
So water, moisture content's our friend. So when we apply these grindings, before we add the reclamite, we try to achieve a certain moisture content, because the best thing for reclamite is moisture and weight. So traffic, roller packers, whatever it may be. So our first season that we applied this, we're seeing still really, really great results in those alleys because there's been a lot of moisture and there's been a lot. But that's not to say erosion can't happen. So, you know, we try to achieve a crown in these so that we shed the water. The issue with that on these large rains is you will erode the edge eventually. So yes, we do see erosion, but we see less material going onto the roadways and less material going into our storm system. So kind of yes and yes.
Counselor Page.
We ready to move on from roads a little bit? Or has anyone else got some more asphalt questions?
That's my last asphalt question, thank you.
Okay, on the maintenance side of things, talking about the light standards and the color temperature of the bulbs. I know I bring it up probably every year. Well, there's a few spots, I send you guys in notices when I see them, but like, we're missing some light in front of the library, people are complaining about lack of visibility there. We've got some high glare, white light replacements on the top bulb head across from the Royal. When you look down the street, that bulb just stands completely out in a much brighter way that kind of shatters the ambiance that goes up and down Baker Street on the side streets. And then there's kind of regularly, and I know we're waiting to renew Baker Street and replace light standards, so we're not always having to maintain, but there's consistently globes and bulbs missing up and down that whole area. And to me, it speaks to kind of what, do we have a standard? The need for a standard for the kind of bulb that goes in there and the consistency in delivering that so that the overall ambiance of downtown is maintained.
Yeah, so those bulbs are not produced anymore. So when those heritage lights that I think we were speaking about were installed, we are the owners.
Yeah.
Operations, but we rely on Nelson Hydro. They're the experts. We give them what our needs are. And we've been really going back and forth with that team to figure out a solution because of the type of bulbs that's utilized in those in the heritage lights.
Yeah.
So appreciate the comments. We're really looking for that design on Baker to be pushed forward. It's a challenge. The heritage lights, they're getting older, they're corroding. We have an in-house welder that the amount of hours put in 2025 on repair and welding and putting back up has been substantial.
Yeah.
But they're very outdated lights. But the other ones in question, we'll take that away and try to relay that to Nelson Hydro to have a little fix there.
Okay.
And I've been, chatting with Nelson Hydro as well about this, so that's, I think they're high pressure sodium bulbs.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, the old ones, so they don't make those anymore, and so they've been working to find, and it's not just like you find a different bulb that goes in there and then you screw it in, right? It's they have to replace the guts to make those other bulbs work.
Ballast.
Yeah. So they've now figured out a good workaround, and the one out in front of the Fisherman's Market is a good example. So it'd be worth you having to walk by and having a look at that one, because that's, I think, the sort of newest and best one that they've found.
There's good light there.
Yeah. Yes.
Purple light in the alley.
The purple light alley has to go.
That's, to keep things groovy, right? So, if we did, as they were going through that process, I know that they did replace some with some lights that were perhaps brighter or, threw things off, so we could, so we could turn back and have a look at that. If there's some of those 4 globes that are too bright.
This one is the Royal, across the Royal is the top one.
The top one, yeah, And yeah, as far as the actual globes themselves, it seems like, you know, presumably bar goers have been swiping some of those lately. I noticed just up here on Warden Baker, there are a couple of the bottom globes missing for a while. And, you know, can we still get those items, or are we?
We have some in stock in the storage area that we just cannibalized, so yeah, we do have some in stock.
Some of the ones, yeah. So we're really piecemealing things until we get to that Baker redesign, right? So it doesn't warrant that big full push to replace everything, and it, you know, it puts us in a bit of a tough spot, but it's gonna be what it's gonna be, you know, and we'll do our best to make sure that like the color actually, like, you know, the warmth is matched, right? So
Yeah, if the one across from Fisher's is new, that is Great Lake.
yeah, it's
So
yeah,
that's
right
our new
there.
standard, and that's I'm fine with that.
And maybe to echo Councillor Page's comment, if there is items that you see in the community, give us those service requests. We'd love to hear that feedback, and then we can implement that, we can have the discussion, we can take it away and we can deploy. Our eyes aren't everywhere all the time, so that feedback's appreciated.
Maybe it's a good time to talk
Councillor
about.
Payne, sorry.
I just,
Yeah, no, he's
when we
going to
brought up
service request
vandalism-
looks like the next thing. Is that what we're gonna talk about?
I just think we brought up vandalism, and I think it's important for council to understand the level of vandalism we're seeing in the community.
Yeah, always an ongoing issue, from spray paint to washrooms to our auto locks, conversations with Nelson Police Department. And it's not just unique to Nelson, you know, I look to not moving forward with decriminalization, you know, there's a real big picture here. But we do our best to identify vandalism, you know, through washroom inspections, just being out in our community. I think we've seen a bit of a drop since 23-ish, but it's an issue. Vandalism is an issue, but it's part of our job, you know, when we hear it, we deploy, we repair, and a bit of a cat and mouse.
And I think you'll hear maybe more when Sam's here, but I know I think he's seeing it as an increase in our washrooms and stuff. You know, as you know, Cottonwood, we've had to sort of, you know, make it Fort Knox. You know, that's not our goal in our other washrooms, and it's not, you know, it's, you know, where we're seeing some vandalism, it's likely more kids than others, so it's not just one segment of the population. But we're seeing it, you know, some substantial. I think he talked about 30,000 plus he spent this year on vandalism in our facilities. So it is definitely a concern. We're trying to figure out how to best manage that. You know, we had these auto locks so that the washrooms close at a certain time, but people have figured that out and are staying in the washrooms and letting them lock, and now they're inside these facilities. So we're trying to figure out, you know, when do we close them, when are they open? And like I said, Sam will bring it up more when we talk about facilities, but it's definitely a challenge right now.
We had a really great meeting about a week ago, actually it was this week, about washrooms and vandalism and what we can do. And there was some really constructive, good solutions being brought forward. But I'll let Sam speak to that, as that is his role. And but I think there's an easy win there, so I'll let Sam speak to that.
Okay.
When we talked about Cottonwood, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, we talked about cameras. Has that been implemented?
Big conversations.
Or is that the facilities that Sam's gonna tell us about? I don't wanna preempt them, but it was before.
We have thrown around cameras. There's the whole privacy aspect. We have to justify why we need a camera in certain places. So I think we're potentially at that
Who
place.
do we justify it to?
Well, Sarah's represents our privacy side. Sarah, maybe when you present, you can talk about the whole privacy piece of it. So that's,
$30,000 worth of vandalism sounds like a justification for,
yeah, she can talk about the
Yeah.
standards that
Yep.
are, you have to meet.
that'd be
And
great.
maybe just to not leave everybody hanging, but I think what we're looking at is motion detectors inside those facilities and that being relayed to Nelson Police Department. So they're working actively on that. That might be a real cheaper win.
And that's, I think, one of the cruxes of the cameras is, as we've all seen, you know, we're looking for this person and it's like a hoodie, their head's down and they're walking along, it's like, it could be anyone, you know? So it's more that ability to respond when they're in there as opposed to being able to support afterwards. And police only has the capacity to monitor so many things, so to add every one of our facilities would be a challenge. So that's the approach, the motion sensor.
Yeah, and our challenge is in the summer months, it takes about 3.5 hours to clean these washrooms. So my team can't be there at 11 o'clock and then just close everything and check everything, you know, in order and folks aren't in there. So there's a balancing act here and I think that motion detector might be a real win.
I think we've had to do that in the civic arena now. Cause they got in there and caused a lot of damage inside
Civic Center.
Civic Center. Yeah. And they're sophisticated now. They can, you know, they know what they're doing. We found, you know, the tools they use and it's not.
Finding an open door somewhere.
Yeah, it's their, they have the tools even with, the battery powered grinders and stuff that can cut a lock off in 1.2 seconds and so it's harder and harder to keep people.
Kevin, are you saying the kids are getting more and more sophisticated?
I don't know if that was, these weren't
Whoever it
kids
is.
that
Do we know who
Vandals.
No, we have no idea who went into the civic
No idea
center
at all.
because
Well,
we don't
found-
have cameras and
But as
It
a
was-
pattern, we don't
but
have
we
a general
we saw,
sense?
you know, there was drug paraphernalia
Oh, okay.
in there.
Yeah.
This was
Okay.
not a population, yeah.
Any more questions? I'll keep plugging away. Closing the loop. So this is an ongoing commitment that my team and myself and Mr. Johnson try to adhere to, and that's closing the loop on our service requests to ensure that we're identifying them, we're responding to them, and we're updating that resident. That's always an ongoing item for us.
Can you just walk me through so I looked at the form. So if I fill out the form goes where? And then what happens? What is the service request process, I guess?
All of the management team that are related to that department get an email. And then our new operations supervisor is the keeper of that and will respond to that and deploy a team accordingly.
This is something that the new GIS system will be able to do a lot better job of tracking and sort of remove that opportunity for human error. Not saying that it happens often, but maybe better put human effort. So currently that form goes in, everybody gets it. Got to make sure they have a process where the supervisor looks after them so nobody else really has to think about them. Supervisor takes it out, you know, make sure that it's sort of in a spreadsheet, it's followed up with, and then, you know, there's some sort of documentation of how that whole process went. Very, you know, lots of fingers touching it by the time that it's done, you know, fair amount of effort, you know, 15, 20 minutes where there could be like, you know, 1 or 2 minutes, right? So that's one of the things that we're excited for from the GIS system is just having that further accountability through the system. Like it just handles that a little bit better, shoots it straight out, and you know, it's like, yeah, click, done, the exact timestamps there, they know what they did, et cetera, et cetera. So
Will there be metrics around performance and response?
Yeah, so there already is. We
there already is.
put it into our spreadsheet. I believe it's actually in the annual report. I've highlighted closing the loop. A lot of the times, the requests come in, we deploy, we fix, and we don't communicate back. So that's always just ongoing improvement for us.
Councilor Page.
I appreciate the benefits of having the GIS system. to map those kinds of tickets and understand where they live and what the impact on those assets has been over time, those interactions, it's all really important. Are we looking at, we've looked at it in the past, wasn't in the budget, an actual work order system that isn't from the GIS system out, but from a work order system that supports the GIS system,
I think,
as opposed to an Excel sheet, because blasting everybody information like that, that's a lot of noise.
so Nelson Hydro is building their work order system off the GIS. It will, it'll populate exactly what equipment, parts, et cetera, are required. I don't know how that will relate to what we need for public works, but we do wanna at least start with GIS. Is there a GIS solution? Is there an app for that, as opposed to, like, we have so many different pieces of software for so many individual uses. We're trying to look more corporate wide and sort of get away from having 50 different solutions, department by department or area by area. So it's in the, it's definitely part of our sort of IT review.
I think it needs to be, at least, let's see where the recommendation is, but a work order system to me is going to be interfacing with various communication channels, whether it's text, whether it's phone, whether it's email, so that there's multiple ways for that to come in, so that work order is generated. And then when it comes to closing the loop, it's about assigning to staff, it's having that awareness of what staff you have, how they work in various groups, so that it can be signed off, owned by somebody. If something doesn't happen, it's gonna get reflagged, it's gonna float back up to the list at the top. And on top of that, it's interfacing with your GIS system to add asset and attribution data about what you're doing. I would just maybe caution that GIS would be the thing at the center that would spawn that work order system, as opposed to there being a work order system that is GIS aware, that updates your maps.
Yeah.
We're working. You're gonna still have to run databases of all different ilk.
Yeah.
And a work order system outside, right now your database is an Excel sheet. And your communication platform is just tell everybody. And hopefully everybody has the opportunity to fix it, but.
Yeah, no, we recognize that.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of weird as yeah, anyway, it's definitely we're doing that IT review right now, and it's, those are the type of things that we're asking for direction on, is looking at the various pieces of software we have, we want to try to consolidate around MS365, GIS, and the finance system, but we need to understand what the capabilities, and all I know is right now Nelson Hydro is their GIS base for their work order system. It's just got built and just get deployed, and my understanding though that's the app side of the GIS system is we have had some preliminary discussions with a organization that develops the apps for local governments, and that's one of the things we've looked at is we're not going to reinvent the wheel. If others have developed these systems that are working well, then we're going to look at does that work in the city of Nelson, and it'll allow us, we believe, to leap forward to say, okay, this is we will change our processes to a process that's working well elsewhere, and hopefully create that leap forward. So definitely on this.
There's almost certainly solutions that would be integrated into 365.
Yeah.
Would be where I think something like that starts. And then is GIS aware.
This is just one small question, and how difficult is it to add texting to your preferred method of contact? Right now it's email and phone. How difficult is it to add another? Does anybody know?
You'd have to have like an internal texting mechanism, you couldn't just unless
No,
you
no,
had.
I get that,
Yeah.
but if you're doing an automated system, I'm just saying that because so many of the organizations that I deal with right now, that's how I get information.
We're
And for me,
definitely-
it's so immediate.
Yeah, we're working in that direction, so with the fire hall coming offline as our after hours provider, we're working with our new Northern Communications who will take those after hour calls. During those emergency situations, we just went through what that looks like, who it's gonna be contacted and how many times they're going to try calling a manager when there's a water leak. But it also populates a text message as well, and that text message will give our managers at 2:00 in the morning, myself included, where the water leak is, what time it came in, and has it been responded to. We're working towards that, so I'm really happy to report that. That just happened 2 days ago. Yesterday, so
Breaking
we're
news.
actively working to better identify and communicate and get all the information as soon as we can. Love the comments about a work order system. I think we will get there. Dovetail off Mr. Cormack. We have a lot of software out there right now, and we're a little hesitant to throw another piece of software in there when we're really working this GIS system. And when we identify that that's the hub and we need to tailor something else, we'll definitely work towards that. Back to me, okay. We want to communicate our road closures, our snow removal operations, and just our general operations. So you'll see kind of some notice of projects. You'll see a lot of stuff coming out of operations of what we're doing and what the public can be aware of and how to stay safe in those circumstances. Downtown early mobilization, we did talk about this in parks, but it does also include public works. As we do that winter sand cleanup, we try to get in there as soon as possible with our sweepers. We have to have positive temperatures to deploy our sweepers as we're using water. So as soon, and we start early. So when we see those low -2s, we really have to curtail deploying our sweepers in those scenarios, as we don't want to cause a lot of damage or any damage to our sweepers. But listening to the business community, we want to get in there as soon as possible. If we are having a winter like this, we will probably be deploying quickly on our street sweepers and start motivating that program. Just as we mentioned, full crew approach to that. So it is a lot to clean up the downtown core. We have the winter sand cleanup. We then identify our concrete repairs, as we do obviously use some abrasive materials that hurt the concrete. We look at where all the patios are going, and then we prioritize those concrete repairs so that patios can mobilize fast, and then we can work the repairs after that. Other repairs. Line and curb painting, so we have that safety aspect that we really want to deploy early on. Those stop bars, and we don't want to be, painting stop bars in the peak of tourist season. The downtown core gets very busy very early. I do a road patrol every single morning coming into town. In the summertime at 6 a.m. it's a busy place. It's a gorgeous place, but it's a busy place. So we want to allocate our crew enough time to do all that maintenance work. Downtown art installations and seasonal readiness and repair.
Speaking of sand storage, and I think we have materials up at 10th Street campus as well. That's designated as potential housing down the road by the council. We have to get off the waterfront. Where are you guys with trying to find that solution for that?
Yeah, great question. So material storage is always an ongoing issue. We have had a few good ideas, but I hit a spreadsheet of cycle time and stuff like that. So the cemetery, we have a lot of land up there. That would be one option. When we talk about material storage, that also then sparks a conversation about a yard reorg down at 70 Lakeside Drive and maybe the removal of the recycling depot. And if we engineer it properly, with proper catchment and asphalt or concrete services to store this material, that's another option. So we currently, it's working. We do have a really good deployment strategy as we hold a little bit of winter sand down at the yard. The first truck's out the door, fill up at the yard, and then they go to 11th Street to fill up there. When we get notice of the housing development, we will probably pivot to the cemetery. That does increase cost for us. You know, that's quite a bit further. And then, you know, if we are hauling snow as well, it's another material that we have to handle. And we use Rosemont, and we use Lakeside Drive as well. Or sorry, Lakeside Works. We have a couple of items up our sleeve. So we'll see what the development brings. Okay. Operating budget.
Councillor Payne has a question.
Sorry, I knew there was something. Oh.
I might pull it in on this one a little bit. She's my subject matter expert.
Yeah, Councillor Payne has a question.
Quick question about the priority concrete repairs. So that's something that you identify as the department or from the service requests, or what's that?
Yeah, so great question. So we have a program every year for sidewalk inspections. And we really try to adhere to MIABC for that. So the Municipal Insurance of British Columbia, we use a measuring device because we want to eliminate trip hazards. We want to, you know, through that freeze-thaw cycle, a lot of concrete tends to move around. And then identifying the priority would be the patios, to make sure that we are fixing the concrete in that area so that the patio can be deployed.
And then fix the concrete in the other areas once the patios are open.
I got it. I just have been doing a lot of learning about the age cohort that's coming through, that will be the majority of the residents in our community, that where sidewalks will be a much more critical part. So as we become a community of older adults, the sidewalks become more and more critical to be safe and level. And I'm a big walker, as is the mayor's partner. And is there any aspect of sort of resident science, citizen science, that would assist you in determining where those challenges are, or could we do a better job that way to help?
Yeah, good question. I
Because
think
from MIABC, and I'll take a look at that to understand it a little bit better, but walking around as an older adult where, you know, sometimes I'm using my hiking pole just to make sure that I'm safe in certain areas, and especially in the dark, that might be something that I would have a different perspective on than.
you know, it goes to our aging infrastructure, it goes to the topographic lens of Nelson as well.
Trees, yeah.
Yeah, so we,
And all the steps and handrails and everything.
Laneways that come through.
it's a very steep neighborhood in Nelson, and that's a challenge. We really just try to identify where those trip hazards are, how we can patch them, how we can grind them, how we can make it safe for anybody from an accessibility standpoint to walk the sidewalks. When we look to, you know, Vernon, Baker, Victoria, pretty old concrete through there. Lots of trees have grown, you know, outside probably their scope, and we've identified those as heritage trees, but in some cases they've raised those concrete panels by a foot. Those curbs are, you know, massively high. They used to be this, you know, now they're here and hinged, and, you know, so we really just try to identify those, keep them as safe as possible for all of the public, you know, and have that accessibility lens to it.
Okay, as long as we are focused on the accessibility lens, I'll be happy.
Honestly, as Charlie said, you know, encourage people to, you know, identify those with the service request thing. And, you know, get on their list to at least look at, and I think, you know, we do know what our priority walk routes are, and, you know, there are snowplow routes so those are the priority routes that we know that we encourage people, whether they're walking to school or into the downtown, I think those are, you know, that's where we make sure those, we're doing a really, the best job as we can on those areas, but we have a lot of sidewalk in this city and a lot of sidewalk in the city.
A lot of roads. Sometimes I just walk on the road, it's safer.
Oh, I know.
So just the budget component, I might ask for a bit of help on the revenue side of things.
Yeah, sure. So Parks and Recreation, that's gonna be our field rentals, leases, donations, the small portion of it. Conditional grants include funding from RDCK, so that would be this parks funding and sports field transfer that we receive annually.
So Amy, even though we're showing this at the same level as last year, we made a request to increase that funding.
Correct. Yeah, we're still working on that with them.
So Paige said he's bringing that one across the finish line.
We're all looking at you, Keith.
Yeah.
It's on your shoulders. I like the reason of putting parks and public works kind of together in one budget for you to look at here was also so you could see that shifting that we right-sided this year of adding more to the parks operating budget and then, taking that away from public works. You can kind of see that in one place.
So, and to build off that, we went for the strategy of ramping up as fast as we could with as much seasonal employees or students as we can to get the downtown core, to get our parks ready, as we are seeing that temperature change. People, one service request I think was end of March saying, when are you gonna plant flowers? But and that's much too early and we're gonna jeopardize, all the hard work we got or our plant order in general. So we try to get everything ready to deploy. And I think that strategy really worked out well. Come September, we really curtailed heavily, but there was a difference and that's where we needed to take from snow removal to provide back to parks. So it's a juggling act. We're really trying to meet our budgets as best as we can while listening to our community, listening to the business community, trying to get everything ready as fast as possible. And then come September, especially in parks, really try to curtail that and enjoy the fruits of our labor because we put so much effort into the parks. And by September, our mowing goes drastically down. We call our circuit mowing, all the other little nuances through town that we mow and upkeep, those go drastically down. But we did go over a little bit there on our efforts.
Chair, thanks so much. I noticed on this slide that in revenue, we labeled it parks and recreation because we're getting those user fees from those rec groups. Can you speak to what you took from that campus rec study? When we were sitting at the commission table, it seemed clear that a majority of residents would be willing to pay a certain amount more to ensure that we're future planning and maintaining the existing facilities. Are there any conversations going between the two governments to work towards some of the goals that were determined from that study?
Yeah, well, we have a meeting that was just booked, in fact, to discuss with the school districts how to get that extra space. We've had some discussions around options around Mary Hall, so looking at sort of the existing facilities that we have. As far as, I think that's where it kind of starts, right? And then understanding what costs might be associated with getting that extra space and doing that program might then go to those, increased costs from the recreation group, that goes out. So to be honest, pretty happy to see the work that the rec commission is putting into finding those locations and getting those meetings set up and starting to work towards finding more. What we heard was that sort of clear span indoor space, right? And so, yeah, it seems like they're definitely pursuing that, so.
Maybe we'll hear more about it when we get to facilities as well. Yeah, okay.
And you know, as you know, these two went and presented to the rec commission on our facilities, so I think that's part of it. Making sure the rec commission understands where we're at with our facility, what the maintenance and just that communication, what are the opportunities in the facilities we have, and what are the, this one's on parks, so that's not in this piece of it, but definitely that was really focused around facilities, so we can talk about it more in the facilities workshop, but we are definitely pursuing that. We'll be curious what the school districts came up with it. It's their sort of, I guess, use policy, which they didn't necessarily consult with any of us, so they developed this on their own. So interesting to see kind of where they went with this. You know, they just definitely expressed concerns about making their facilities available for others other than their K-12 folks. We certainly emphasized, you know, we could potentially come to the table in partnership and to help address some of those. So hopefully we still have that opportunity, but we'll see.
Councilor Page.
I was just gonna add to the conversation, like staff had come to Parks, so Kate, I don't think you did get an opportunity to see that particular presentation. It was well done to build the case for the contribution we're hoping to get from Parks towards those facilities. But on the question of the support for additional funds towards facilities, that is a piece of work we at Rec 5 need to take on as a work plan for 2026 and prepare ourselves for some sort of referendum ask for the local election in October to lock that particular contemplation with the electorate and say, do you in fact support some sort of facility service? It might be integrated with Rec 5, it might be something separate with its own set of parameters, but we need to debate that, discuss that, and prepare for a question that would go on to the election in October to validate that, to actually access those funds. Because I think if we let that go another cycle, it will lose its relevance quite quickly. So we have that contemplation, that survey, that public input, but we need to lock it down at Rec 5 into an actual ask that turns into a service and taxation.
Well, and I think, you know, council, you know, again, Paul, we can start that discussion at the facilities, and you know, you'll get a better idea where we're at with facilities, but you know, Nelson does pay almost 70% of that service, right? So most of that taxation will be coming from Nelson businesses and residents, right? So important that council is comfortable. If you're gonna go out and ask for more taxation, it flows through the RD, it's on our tax bill, and it's our citizens and businesses that are paying that, right?
Okay.
So were there any other comments on the budget, or can I just ask a wrap up to that?
Just one really slight one. Public Works, we pulled a lot out of the snow removal. There is a slight increase for some GIS costs that are in there as well. Other than that, it's just inflationary increases for wages and supplies and services.
Councilor Payne.
So then my comment question, I guess, is I do understand the value of putting these two together so that you can look at the fact that money has been shifted out of Public Works, primarily through the decreased snow removal requirement into parks, which still, I can't see from that. So then the net operating increase is 3% for the two of them. And I can't say that it's not an important value for us to have some of the best parks in BC, but I do also think that at some point in time, even though the residents are asking for more, sooner, better, faster, we do need to draw a bit of a line, because year over year increases in double digits is something that many residents are having a much harder time managing as we move forward. So we have when do we look at those service levels of what's the best in BC, what's really, really good, what's adequate, and what's inferior? And that may be one of the questions that if we do have a survey for the next budget, we ask the community in general, what are the most important things for the city to spend our money on? Because if we're saving, and I can't tell exactly the numbers from here, but if we're saving $250,000, $300,000 on snow plowing, and we're making other significant gains by planting in the greenhouses and bringing in casuals and all of these different things, I think some of those savings really need to carry through to the residents. So I do applaud that it's beautiful and it's wonderful, but maybe there are some other values where we need to go out to the residents and say, what is?
And part of that shift as well didn't all go to parks, but some of it went to the water utility as well, so.
Yeah, I do remember that, thanks Amy.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say, like, we're not increasing any service levels, it's still the same number of staff, it's just where they're working, so, you know, if we have to open the parks 2 weeks earlier and keep it running 2 weeks longer, you get a longer park season, but it's not like we've hired more people for the parks, they're just not doing stuff in other areas, so.
Maybe I can jump in, you know, the folks currently, you know, 2 staff members currently that would normally be in a plow truck plowing snow are down in Duck Bay and the dog walk, weed whacking. So as Chris said, we're not bringing on more staff, we're reallocating the staff because we're not having the weather. So that's where you're gonna see that those folks, we wanna provide meaningful work to all of our staff members. So, you know, if we're weed whacking when we should be snow plowing, or we're street sweeping when we should be snow plowing, we're really just trying to now get a hold of this climate change and how we're allocating our work.
I do understand that, but as people are retiring and leaving and new people are coming in, is there an adjustment that would also be a cost savings? I just think it's something that we need to examine. I know everybody out there has been sharpening their pencils to bring the best value they can, but we're talking about affordability issues throughout the community. It's something that I'm hearing all the time, and I'm sure everyone else is at all levels of government. People are having a hard time buying groceries. So that's what I want to make sure that we understand those service levels and what the critical values are to the residents.
I just want to reemphasize that, you know, I think we do a really good job of deploying staff in the right areas, and so it ultimately is how much infrastructure do you want and how much are you going to want to maintain, because I don't think a solution is to maintain it poorly, because that just passes the cost down to someone else, and you're seeing that in our facility discussion, right? You know, there's years of not maintaining facilities, and when I got here, there was years of not maintaining water, sewer, et cetera. That's what was driven the, you know, that's ultimately why we got cost pressure now, is because we didn't maintain that, and we didn't tax back in the day, because we had a, you know, I think the mayor was here when we had a series of councils that just wanted to, you know, keep taxes to nothing, and we didn't have a paving program, we didn't have an equipment program, we didn't have you know, when I got here, we were spending, I think, $200,000 a year on water and sewer for capital, spending $2 or $3 million a year. So that, you know, 100% get what you're saying, but I think you have to shrink the system to be able to do that. Otherwise, it's a shell game, right? You're just passing that cost on to somebody in the future. So, you know, definitely we want to make sure that, you know, and Chris and these guys go through every line in that budget, you know, like we're we had high wage increases this year, which is really challenging on this budget, and I think I get the overall thing, but for 80% of the budget, we're managing that within a 3% increase when we're had 4 or 5% wage increases, and inflation, unfortunately, that's starting to come down. So yeah, it's like I said. I think ultimately you have to shrink the pot or the pie to responsibly manage this. You could do it for a year or two, and certainly that's an option. But yeah, it's challenging.
I've got a number of people on the speakers list. So we've got Woodward, Pinero, Page, and Lochtenberg. Woodward.
I guess this kind of lit something off here, Councillor Payne, because I think, I was just at a big workshop at the Chamber, and it's a combination of this Chamber and Putin Lake Tourism and talking about their future, where they're going, what they see, where they see our town going and being. And what really hit me was the critical nature of tourism and bringing people to our town. And they talked about a big part of that is that initial sort of response to the town really can make and break how people stay here, how they come back, how they give recommendations to family and friends. So I think what I heard from that community and our community was that, keeping our town in a tip-top shape has these multi-layer payoffs that we have to be very careful of how we adjust and change those things, because we're talking about our core business, we're talking about jobs, we're talking about income that comes into our town. So yeah, I think we just have to be very conscious of how much relies on tourism and small business in our town. We don't have that major or big tax base coming in from a big industrial center. So that was, yeah, and they said, one of the things they did say to me was like, the town has been looking really great. It feels like scrubbed and cleaned, and there's like a freshness to it. A lot of things have been taken care of, and like a lot of box checking has been done and getting things done. And that they said this summer this last sort of season was really solid. Tourists were really impressed with what they experienced. And so they're just hoping that we can continue on down that road and bring a better and better experience to people visiting our town. So that's what I would just say. I understand what you're saying very clearly, but we also have to be very cautious about these like knockoff effects. When we pull money from somewhere, or we stop doing something in somewhere, it has definite. So.
Councillor Pinero.
I'm good.
Okay, Councillor Page.
I appreciate the affordability angle, and as Councillor, through the chair, Councillor Woodward is saying, a town that is nice to live in is a town that's nice to visit, fundamentally when we focus on that service level. And I look at it from this lens of local government, that when we're making these investments in the town writ large, those are the public amenities, those are the things that when your household's struggling, when you're trying to figure out how to pay the bills, how to deal with the mortgage, how to cover the groceries, having that rich public realm is that place where you can go for free down to the water, or you can go out to the park and kick a ball around. And I think we often get into these conversations where there's this laser focus on keeping that property tax burden down to the detriment of providing that service to that public realm. So I'm comfortable predominantly when we're doing these core service pieces, when we're not expanding what we're doing, but we're taking care of what we're doing, and there's these inflationary impacts, because the value that we're delivering to the public realm is value that every family can afford. So as long as it's just not imbalanced in what we're providing to all Americans and all demographics.
Councillor Lochtenberg.
Well, and I would take that even further. I think I'm on the further end of the spectrum than Councillor Payne on this one. I would like to see even more investment, like not just holding the line, but actually investing more. And there's any part of the budget that I would welcome some generosity, it would be this one, for sure. For all of the reasons that Councillor Woodward, Councillor Page said, agree thoroughly.
Thank you, councillors, for your comments. Carrying on.
Yeah, maybe I can just build a little bit, you know, we took the budget to 100%. So, you know, I appreciate.
2025, meaning,
Correct,
yeah.
correct, yes,
Yes.
2025, thank you. We monitor that budget every week. We look at how our deployment is, and we make sure that we're checking all the boxes for our community, and we're really utilizing that budget to its full extent. So, especially when we have opportunities, you know, silver lining is that we can start getting into our parks sooner and earlier and deploying our staff to work the dog walk, work in the sports fields already, and it's January 16th. I appreciate that comment.
Can I just,
Councillor Page.
okay? You mentioned earlier conversations around the work that was going on around Gyro, and it makes me think in the context of this conversation, stuff you've said earlier, other times, Kate, is how we're firing up those community groups to be benefiting and raising money and making improvements to the parks. We have some parks where we have really good groups and well-established groups that are still doing operations. We have other areas where that's not happening. So is there anything we're doing or can be doing to nurture more of those groups to be taking care of some of these areas? Like baseball diamond's probably fine, cottonwood's probably fine.
I might defer to Charles a little bit. He had a very good meeting with Rotary this year and attended that group and had great communications and collaborations on that.
Yeah, I met with them for a breakfast meeting sometime during the summertime and listened to their concerns and brought that forth to our team and came up with some ideas and implemented some solutions that basically involved the Rotary Daybreak group. And so another example is the I keep wanting to say Shizenji, but the Izushi Society. Worked very, very closely with them throughout the year as well. They were a very active, very ambitious group of people, and so we're very, very fortunate to have groups like that in the city that take pride in the areas that they're responsible for, and so it's been a great privilege this year to further our involvement with these user groups and fostering further involvement this year as well.
So Councillor Page, just to go back to your raising the question, because I had it flagged here when we got to Parks Capital budget, so thank you for asking a question about service groups, but I do have a number of contacts with Gyro Club, and when I see $15,000 here in this particular line item that's on the next slide, that I will once again go out and have a chat with them about whether or not they can be looking to do some kind of fundraising. My understanding now is they regularly tell me that they're a friendship group.
Social club.
Well, they call it the friendship group, social club, and that they no longer sort of do significant fundraising projects regarding the park. But I mean, I think that, again, it's always worth the ask to see if we can re-engage them in terms of interest around Gyro Park, because they have been very, very quick to be negative towards the city, particularly in regards to the time when we couldn't operate the pool because of the national and North America-wide lifeguard shortage that wasn't our creation, but that we had to make decisions on where we were gonna put lifeguarding in and what pools we could potentially open. And my suggestion at that time had been that they should also perhaps sponsor a few individuals to become lifeguards, because that cost is nominal. So I plan to reach out to the Gyros again, because I see that this $15,000 for the pump house, because I realize there's some issues there that were brought up, I believe, last year or another time when we had a facilities discussion, so I personally will be reaching out to them.
That's one.
Well, I mean, there's others for sure, but I mean,
May I supplemental?
yes.
We had talked earlier in the year, specifically around some of the right-of-way maintenance, about what our position would be and how we would have policy that support neighborhoods, making those investments and integrating with some of the work that we're doing. And so I think not just of Gyro, but I think of Davy Park, I think of, you know, the green spaces that are down at the bottom of Fairview. Like, there are other areas of town that take our time and effort from a city perspective, but maybe there's a program that we need to give some new life to, some policy work that we need to do, some broad headline that we put over top of it, some small amount of seed funding we would provide for a neighborhood to like make some modest investments in an area and start to take a bit of ownership that leads to the birth of new generations of service groups for areas that, you know, follow in the pathway of the Zishi, Gyro when it was at its peak, and Rotary where they're at, but tries to bring that level of engagement a little bit higher and you know, applies the pot in a very small way with some neighborhood grants that would support that. But maybe there's a more fulsome program we can develop.
Councilor Ackerman.
So related to that, but actually back to the Gyro pool and the Gyro Club. So as far as a Ready grant goes that would cover something like this, or would it be smart to encourage, like, do a education program on how to apply for a Ready grant? So we bring these groups in and say, hey, I know you decided to become a social club and you're not super keen on fundraising, but here's a program that you can apply for, and then that kind of gets them going. It builds a bit of momentum and then maybe even takes it off of our budget.
We saw how successful the Uzushi Friendship Society is.
Totally.
And I think there's a difference between, like, this is maintaining something that we have.
Right.
And that's a pretty tough one for
Well, this is where the youth center was a bit of an interesting thing, because you know the youth center applied for Ready grants, and it's very much in common good. It's very much a neighborhood benefit. So there's a neighborhood club up there that really feels a lot of ownership in it. So it does push into that kind of more of the youth center style than just sort of general park like Lakeside maybe.
No, I mean in terms of the item, like in this year's budget, a gyro pump house modernization isn't like buying shade sails for the use, like how, you know, I think we've traditionally seen the groups enhance parks by building
something new,
you know, a playground or a walking trail or a thing, but you know, we traditionally not asked them to fundraise for maintenance of an existing facility. So to me, I think those are the differentiations.
That's fair.
But there are, you know, I think the gyros did fundraise for the shade sails or we did apply for a Ready grant back in the day for those. I can't remember exactly how that money, I think it came from them, not us.
But from a vision perspective, to Councillor Page's point, if, you know, ideally we had these neighborhood clubs or groups that were about neighborhood improvement, and to help kick that off, we hosted a workshop about the Ready grant and how you can get a kickstart for your neighborhood project by applying for a Ready grant.
You know, like go to an Edmonton or something. That's how they're all structured around these neighborhood amenities, and it is, you know, a recreation or something. I'm not exactly sure, but they are very much structured around, you know, these amenities. They're quite involved in I think, I mean, maybe even the programming part of it, but that is definitely a model you see in the larger cities, and it could be, you know, I think it's already exists out there, so we could look at, is that a model that's viable for our community? You know, we are basically a neighborhood in a large city, but you know, maybe you could scale it to our size. And we have, we do encourage, when we hear things that people wanna do, we definitely encourage them to, for Ready Grant, we, the best, Rotary and Azushi are the two most active, and they're, as you see, both of them have applied for Ready Grants and other grants in the past. Can we, it ultimately, does Gyro have enough people and energy to, take that on? Because the model's there, it's just, do they have the people to actually do that? Kiwanis in the past was one of those service clubs, but some of those have waned in membership as well.
Okay, back to you.
Okay, so looking at capital projects for parks, we're looking to replace a couple of drinking fountain replacements. So we've had some pretty problematic ones at Hall and Baker. They're not cheap. Municipal fountains that are durable are expensive. So what we're looking at and what we've heard from the community as well is something to supply some water to dogs or animals. So the one at Hall and Baker we're looking to replace. And then down at the sports fields, we're also looking to have the bottle filling station for our athletes down there.
Replace that drinking fountain down there?
Beautiful vintage, beautiful vintage.
They didn't even turn it on this year.
Auction it.
Well, we've had sorry.
Oh, sorry, that drinking fountain though, it has a plaque on it, I think, doesn't it? So just to be aware of that, I think it has like a in memorandum,
Yeah.
that one.
You usually try to put those things back once they take something out.
But we're seeing significant leaks, where, we'll shut off, we'll repair leaking. That infrastructure is getting quite old. So yeah, we're looking to be more efficient, especially during those heat waves when we're on water restrictions and we've got a leaky fountain downtown. That's not what we want to put out to the public. So we just want to make sure that we have good infrastructure to supply good drinking water to our tourists, and athletes and residents.
Councilor Crane?
Cottonwood? Drinking fountain? There isn't one, I was where is it? Because when I was down there, I was directed towards a pipe coming out of the ground that you turned and it sort of shot out at full force, so maybe that was.
That's irrigation.
Yeah. Well, that's where.
What's irrigated your pant leg?
The market was what the market sent me, so where is the drinking fountain? I guess I'm just not aware.
I don't believe there is one.
That's, okay, so that's what I'm trying to, so there isn't a drinking fountain, does that make I mean, if it's not on this year's budget, could it be planned in for a future budget? Cause when the Wednesday markets were down there and I was walking down there, it's mighty hot to walk back up the hill, so I wanted to refill, and as I said, I was directed to this thing that just sort of, that's where they sent me.
It's a farmer style.
Used
for irrigation.
I got a shower and a bottle at the same time, so.
It's multifunctional.
Okay.
Gyro pool pump house, so that pool was hand dug in the 30s. We do have issues with the pump house. It sits below elevation of the pool itself. So there's some surge tank issues. We do have pool certified employees on staff, but that's to maintain the pool when it's in operations. We do need a tech to come in and give us some recommendations of how to make that pump house increase the longevity. We're not looking to gut and replace, but we want a professional to come in and guide us through how to ensure that we're not going to have a major leak. We do want an inspection of the pool itself to, if there is any major items that we can come in and repair. But we want a professional to come in and give us a bit of a guiding document of how we can do this.
Councilor Woodward?
Thank you. Is the gyro pool a flow through or is it recycling the water? We fill it up. It's recycling. It's recycling. Okay, thank you.
And so what Charlie's saying in a nutshell is that this is the start. That's the infrastructure in that building is very old. It will require additional investment in the coming years.
Correct. I might pass the microphone for our irrigation control system to Charles. He definitely is a subject matter expert on this one. But our infrastructure for irrigation is 20 years old and not communicating properly. It is a phased approach for this program of $25,000, and we will work park by park on that so that, one, we're controlling our water very responsibly.
So we've been in touch with the manufacturer of the present Toro Sentinel system. Like Charlie said, it's 20 plus years old. It's becoming increasingly difficult to maintain that system. We've had the Toro representative over multiple times, over by phone or in person, and we're just reaching the end of life for that system. The good news is that the new system that we're looking to purchase, we can let's say place up, and we can still run the old system, and it's compatible with the new system, so we can phase it over 5 years. So, but it's very important now that we start looking at that now, because we don't want to have a failure of the system overall, and then now we're looking at a very major big expenditure.
I have a question about that. Thank you through the chair. So do I understand, looking at some of these budget requests that are phased over a number of years, by putting it into the budget and approving it at the table this year, you're approving the entire program, the 5 years, is that correct?
Yeah, we are approving a 5-year financial plan. We
Yeah.
will come back again, of course, in 2027 to do more, but
It wouldn't be another 25 increase in the 2027, it would already be embedded in the 2027, if you were to approve a 5-year plan.
yeah, and that just helps us to be able to not have to wait till May 15th every year to do things, but yeah.
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
Any order of magnitude what a system, the full system is and
125.
We include, I believe we're at $125,000 to do our entire system, and that's why we took the phased approach, one park at a time.
Okay. A lot less than I
That's
would have
good,
thought.
It's just for the controls.
Yeah. Right.
So there's still all the
It's-
linear infrastructure,
That's right.
piping and
That's
heads and everything.
And where is that lifespan at?
Our irrigation system as a whole,
Nuts.
we're constantly working that, so the good thing is it's not galvanized, you know, it's PVC, it's maintained, we have certified employees, we have a great maintenance program for our irrigation, and it's PVC, so we don't have these galvanized elbows where I'm coming to you guys saying, we gotta change it all up. That's a real positive with the irrigation system, is it is PVC.
Thanks.
Parks and cemetery, long-term plan, so we've worked the cemetery, the parks is our operational plan, and it actually, you know, kind of goes back to comments from Councillor Page and Councillor Payne. We want to make sure that we are absolutely as efficient as possible. So we have a consultant that will analyze how we're doing business, how we're working with the RD, are we being as efficient as possible, and we can take that plan to ensure that when we're coming to capital requests, that we're on track with the needs of the community, the needs of operations, and the needs of council. We want to make sure that that operations plan is, we also looking at our user group and our usage and when we will need to expand, or if we need to expand, or do we need to readjust to the green spaces that we already have in stock.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear here. So this is the capital budget for parks, which includes the cemetery.
Cemetery's already been completed, that.
Right, so, but that amount, the $60,000 is for a consultant? No,
For the parks, correct.
for the parks, but the cemetery one is done.
Right.
Okay,
We had I think 120,000 that was gonna be a cemetery parks. We finished the cemetery part, so this is sort of that residual
Remaining.
parks portion of that.
okay, so even though
Planning
it says
process.
parks and cemetery, it's just parks.
Because it was
Okay.
a packet, 120,000, we
Yeah.
finished half of it, we're
That's what I thought I heard, I just wanted to clarify that.
50% completed.
Only 50 to go.
What's the timeline to have that report?
This summer.
Yeah, we're already working towards it. Yeah, the wheels are moving.
So there's some.
Consultants in place. We've had, we kicked off November 24th.
Councilor Payne?
So that's, I'm just, so from the, I know we're talking about cemetery later, but I thought there would be a bigger number in here because of the report that we had.
We're having a workshop.
So is that, those items that are being built in their facilities then? They're not?
We'll have it as a separate cemetery presentation with what the cemetery
Okay,
capital is or requires, or, yeah.
okay.
So
So
at this
it's
stage-
in, it's out, it's,
Normally, we wouldn't, this is kind of a big year for cemetery, or a
got
big,
it, yeah.
big 5 years, maybe not a big year, but 5 years, yeah, thanks.
Okay,
Yeah, we didn't wanna
I
presume
think I
what,
need a coffee.
yeah, we didn't wanna presume what council's priorities around that plan was, so
Got it.
we thought we'd have a workshop and then we're looking at adding if there's, if there's a 2026 project as part of that.
That wraps up. So we're gonna jump right into the engineering side. Just roll with it, Mayor? Yeah, keep rolling. Okay.
This isn't the one that came this morning in email.
Yeah, see if you can, and then we'll,
All together.
people have to get up and do something, get up and do it, and
You can stay up here, maybe Charles, I'll steal your seat. Charlie, now, just for fun. Thanks, Charlie. Thanks, Charles. How's it going, you yeah. Okay, so jumping into the engineering side of things from a capital perspective. So yeah, here's the org chart for the engineering group. Of highlight there is our new capital projects coordinator and project management analyst, Shannon McKinnon. She was previously on the engineering team that you see below there. She was an eng tech, has now moved up into that projects role. So really looking forward, she's been getting folded into that. We've been, Colin Innes, our normal director, is on leave, so it's really been helpful actually to have Shannon just as that extra horsepower to continue delivering things while still developing our project management framework that we will be employing on capital projects going forward. Yeah, just a note here on this org chart that the 3 engineering technologists, they support not only the capital projects and public works, but also capital projects in the water utilities and also a variety of different tasks and operations. So this is not just an engineering capital team per se, those eng techs kind of do everything.
Development services.
Yeah, so they're a very valuable and critical group. So looking at the paving plan for this year, you can see Crease Ave is best way to sort of put it in up by what used to be Star Market. I think it's KTK Market now, just below the golf course by Rosemont School, paving that loop around up in there, and then Gordon Road up to 10th Street is the other piece. So this is all part of our $1.3 million paving improvements. Of note here, when we do this paving, we improve the whole street, not just the asphalt in the middle. So curb and gutter is critical to make sure that our stormwater drainage works, and then as well as sidewalks in there. So that $1.3 million annual budget currently has us replacing our roads about every 40 years. So the lifespan of a road in our environment is typically 20 years, right? 15 to 20. So when we had that discussion earlier about maybe we could pave some of these laneways, that's sort of where I was trying to explain that, we are really kind of just keeping up with the road paving and replacement program. And there'll be a couple items at the end of this, and Charlie will be able to speak to it, how we're taking more of our maintenance in-house to ensure that we stretch out the lifetime of those roads as long as possible. But it's just good for council to remain aware that we are working on that sort of 40-year replacement cycle right now, based on the amount that we're investing in this. And yeah, this is the target for this year. Did I?
Councillor Jane, then Councillor Kate.
I'm just interested, you mentioned that the paving plan includes sidewalks. So I wanna have a better understanding of the policy around sidewalks, cause I noticed that when Houston was done last year, there are no sidewalks out there. That's I just found that, it felt like a lost opportunity to me as a pedestrian, but maybe you can help me understand how we make those decisions.
Yeah, so, and I apologize, I should have said typically, the sidewalk is included,
No, that's why I'm trying to understand it.
So, first off, there's a significant cost increase with, especially putting in new sidewalks, but, replacing, the concrete is expensive.
Those pedestrians are pesky.
Yeah, and we do have areas in town, and the interesting, I now understand why, but we do have like blocks in town that have no sidewalks at all, right? And that is during that time, when those streets were developed, but they were outside of Nelson, right? And so then they were developed to a rural standard, and then they became part of Nelson. I grew up on View Street, not a sidewalk in sight, right? And
dangerous.
Bunch of kids, yeah, totally. Anyway, so last year with the paving budget, it was actually less than it is this year because we had to use some of that sidewalk investment to finish up the Lakeside Pathway down below. So this year we've added that back in to ensure that we're re-enring what's there. And it will always be a conversation if we do hit a road that doesn't have a sidewalk, that perhaps is, more importantly been identified as needing a sidewalk through our documents that we have. So 9th Street in Fairview is a good example. That was an area that was once outside of Nelson, and there's a number of blocks there that don't have sidewalks. That I think my first year here, we put in a sidewalk up to 9th, went across, and then tied into 10th Street campus, right? So that's always something that we're looking at. Again, it really comes down to that budgeting piece. So we're 1.3 million this year, I think, for roads. Amy and Chris, I think, would happily tell you that our roads, this capital plan is funded by parking coin, which I think is around $1.3 million. So it's good for council to hear and residents that might be listening to hear or watching later is, that increase in or parking fees goes directly into our roads, right? And so, the good way to look at that is if it wasn't the parking fees paying for the roads, then, residents would have to pay 1.3 million on their own to maintain the roads and sidewalk system. So anyways, the whole idea around expanding the sidewalk infrastructure, it is a good one. And it's something that we will continue to look at and see where we can improve it, but it generally will either come at a cost of less paving to achieve the additional sidewalk or additional budget.
Because our goals are to increase our pedestrian and active transportation.
We do have a document somewhere, and that's where that 9th Street extension was identified. And I'm sorry, I can't recall it off the top of my head. If Colin were here, he would be able to. Was it active transportation? Yeah, it might have been the active transportation document that identified some roads. So.
In the OCP?
I don't think.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. But yeah, so then, it really comes, I think, in that opportunity. And the way that we replace the roads is, basically these roads, and if you've driven on Crease Ave recently, you'll know it's a bit of a rodeo going up there, right? It comes at, how critical is that stretch of road that's required that year, and, balancing, again, that whole balancing plan, and that we are working on a 40-year replacement period instead of the, sort of 20-year standard. So.
Which is our experience here, is our roads do, because of weather, do
do maintain themselves for a much longer period than that.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of it goes to maintenance with crack sealing, so, you know, when you pave a new road, a critical piece, the first piece of maintenance that you do is ensure that you seal all the cracks, because then water can't get in, freeze thaw, and break out to what eventually becomes a pothole, and when you get a pothole, you patch it, and you patch it effectively, so that it doesn't get worse and slowly grow, and before you know it, you have to repave the whole thing. So that's really, you know, Charlie will talk a bit about the capital asks that we have at the end of this.
So,
Can I, sorry, that we've got a list of people to speak, if you wouldn't mind holding a question?
Finish
Yeah.
on sidewalks.
Yeah.
Because we did look at, like, we have, that is one area that we're significantly do not have reserves for, is sidewalks. The amount of sidewalk infrastructure we have versus what we spend on it, we're not close to what we should be investing, so we should bring that back at some time, and that's at that service level.
Yeah.
You know, we're way behind on what we can, our current assets. So expanding that, you're gonna make that even more challenging, and I think that's why council's had this policy in the past to remove sidewalks on one side of the street in those lower traffic areas. So we're trying to probably overall decrease the amount of sidewalks we have by consolidating on sort of one side of the street, because it's a significant deficit.
Maybe to build off that a little bit too, you know, we talk about reducing the cost on residents. We have 2 cement workers. So if we're adding more sidewalks and more infrastructure, we're gonna have to increase our workforce just to maintain that infrastructure as well. We have sidewalks, you know, from the 40s, you know, that we're grinding, we're patching. You know, to build off another comment, typically sidewalks are included. We looked at Beasley up by what's the park? Landspark, thank you very much. We identified that sidewalk as being in very, very poor condition, and that was included in the capital program as well. So a new sidewalk was replaced there. The more sidewalks we build, the more infrastructure we have to maintain, the more people we require.
What's the date?
I was gonna ask about the sidewalk that is not existing on this map, so thank you.
Councillor Payne.
it was further to something that you said, sorry, you said when you're determining on these plans, you have the conversation, so that's an internal staff conversation you're talking about, okay?
Yeah.
So when the public sees where these paving is, the residents in that community could send in service requests if they feel that a sidewalk is a necessity in the area, and that would be added to that conversation. Is that how that would optimally work?
Yeah,
Because that's what happened on the night, the one over in Fairview. I remember a group came in to request that it was unsafe for them to walk in their neighborhood.
Well, I think that goes hand in hand, you know, that's a policy question of council, where do you want sidewalks? What are the criteria? I think it's more than, you know, some citizens saying they would like to live there. We would.
If it's dangerous for us to walk at night.
Yeah,
That's
well, we
a
do not
reason.
have sidewalks
Looking at safety.
in many areas that are low traffic areas, right?
Or, yeah, some even in high traffic, like again, I grew up on B Street, it's a pretty high traffic area.
Right.
High traffic area.
But we would probably, you know, as a policy, prioritize high traffic areas, you know, like living at the top of uphill. You know, you can wander around the top of uphill and you're not, there's not a lot of conflict. There's a few cars come by, you know, so often, so we've never contemplated being able to build a sidewalk from the top of Kootenai Street all the way down to the city. You know, I don't know. Anyway, I think we just need to be
I
clear
think it
on that
highlights a
policy.
need, right, that we need to have a look at what
Yeah.
our documents are for, again, you know, and it's part of Nelson Next, right, is to increase that non-motorized transportation, active transportation, so. Yeah, well, absolutely, you know, it's a good comment and something that we'll definitely.
Okay, and is there a plan like this for the alleys, or is that just an ad hoc thing when you have time?
I wouldn't say it's ad hoc, internal document with my team, correct? Yep.
And you'll see, to the point of sort of ad hoc, you'll see in the capital asks here in under street improvements, we actually have an ask to set up more of a assessment and maintenance requirements review. So getting that baseline, this all holds true with the asset management that we're trying to get into. So that will allow for a bit more of a planned out system. Currently, and this is part of my pitch for that capital slide, so apologies in advance, but currently our system of figuring out what roads need to be paved live with one person, and that person's of an age where retirement is nigh. So, but it's our way of making sure that we are future proofing our city and getting those processes down. So. Next slide, Charlie, thank you. So jumping into the capital requests for this. So including in the street improvements is the laneway rehabilitation for 50K. Retaining wall repairs, so the city does own a number of retaining walls around town. And this is a project that has been worked on progressively over the last sort of 10 plus years. Of note and worth noting is typically the city holds a view that if a retaining wall holds up a property, that property owns that retaining wall. So when you're going around Nelson, there are many retaining walls, but those are often owned by that homeowner, that property owner, because it is retaining their property. Whereas the city has, a number of our own holding up property or roads.
Councillor Payne.
So if a retaining wall is holding up a city laneway, then that's the city's responsibility.
Yeah, typically we'd have to have a look, yeah.
Depends, is it retaining the property or is it?
It's retaining the laneway from falling onto the property.
Right, so then that's generally their responsibility if it's,
So if the resident doesn't mind if the laneway falls onto their property, then they don't have to maintain it? Not required.
no, they have to maintain it. So when and I don't know.
But it's maintenance, oh well.
I don't know how
I'm
long-
just curious, cause you're right, there are so many, that's another thing I see walking all over
Yeah.
the city.
It's a lot
Some of
terracing.
those are a little scary looking.
Yeah.
And some of them are very clearly the
And
property
this is something
owners.
that, we are really trying to, again, when you look at the resourcing that we, that is from the engineering department, this is something, a file that we've been trying to progress for a number of years. And currently now, I would love to be able to, I can tell you the work that we did do last year, Victoria Street, Silica and Hume Lane, there was repairs made. This year, we don't have the identified list of repairs because we know what the list is. And during that melt season where there's a saturation in the groundwater and we see it coming out, we find, historically, it's been best to kind of hold our plans and wait and see if there's anything we need to react to and then jump on to whatever we deal with as it comes. So, or if that doesn't come. Anyway, so yeah, the 50K in retaining, and then asset management planning is included in that, and that's getting good condition assessment of all of our roads and sidewalks that we can then work from going forward. I mentioned it's currently being done out of one person's brain. So and then finally the balance of that street improvements line item is the 1.2 million I see here for paving and associated curb, gutter and sidewalk work. Next item, public transit. So every year, oh yeah, Charlie, yeah, go ahead.
So this is for the transit shelter.
Yep.
So this is the request to put a transit shelter in up by the health campus.
Thank you.
So we're not seeing a huge increase in ridership, however, we're anticipating that. So this would be for that cost as well.
I should also say that that's part of BC Transit's transit shelter program, so I think it's 80% grant funded. We're responsible for the 20%. What's that?
20%, you're correct.
Yeah, so we do the 20%, plus we have to do the, if there's a cement pad involved, we gotta do that side of it as well, but it's a good opportunity to
bring that cement pad in-house as well.
Thank you for that. I'll just strike that off my list of
So,
Councillor Payne.
so it costs $125,000 to build a bus shelter?
No, so we pay 20% of the shelter itself, but we have to put in the cement, 100% of the cement pad.
Oh, so
So I-
that 25,000 is
The pad
partially the
plus our
pad
20%
and
of
then
the
plus
shelter.
our 20% of the physical shelter. I thought,
Yeah.
wow,
But
that's.
still, it's quite expensive, you're still.
I can
upwards,
imagine
yeah.
it's quite expensive, but.
They also
yeah.
make us pay for the shipping of the shelter.
Wow, splitting hairs here.
Oh my god, so it definitely is more expensive to
And they
live
don't
outside
last 40 years or even 25 years.
I don't know, yeah, it's a
Depends
good
on how much
question.
graffiti they get on them.
It's been there for, ever since I've been here.
Yeah, they're pretty robust.
And hopefully they don't get a lot of graffiti, like hopefully it's not vandalized, I mean, that's,
And this one has an accessibility component to it as well, so there is space for a wheelchair to side bench.
perfect.
So downtown improvements, next line item there, yeah. Looking at, so public art, that consists of public art for 20,000. The Vernon street light replacement, and decorative lighting, and so I'll just maybe jump into the Vernon street light replacement and then pass the decorative lighting over to Charlie, just to speak about generally what we do. So the Vernon street light replacement, you may have seen, street light go up, come down this year, and then, finally end up standing up again. What we found in that project was, there were all of the street lights that were falling apart, some were like physically falling down or at risk of, so significant safety risk. We went through the process of, procuring some new lights and got ready to stand them all up, but it turns out that the anchors had shifted enough over time, so the big cement blocks had shifted enough over time, and the studs coming out of those anchors weren't long enough to allow for leveling. So typically, we expect anchors to move a little bit, so they move like that, no problem. And then you just put the head or the street light down plumb, and you would shim underneath it, right? And then bolt it down so it's tight, and now it's standing straight. It's still got an anchor. It's still well founded. Well, those studs coming out of those anchors weren't long enough, so we've now had to wait for a process which we'll be doing early this spring to get in there and level out basically the bases and to allow those, so we'll do some concrete work to level out the bases to then allow the streetlights to sit plumb and have room with the studs on there. So that was one of those things that, you're dealing with old infrastructure. It's a renovation essentially, right? You knock down a wall and say, oh geez, we didn't plan on doing this. So. And I'll turn over the decorative lighting to Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, so we, basically this covers labor, materials and equipment, and we can rejuvenate all of the downtown lighting. We've made pretty good strides in the last couple of years. There was multiple repairs. And then we have a specific light that we order, and we make that order when the budget's approved, just to ensure that we have enough stock on hand to make those repairs. We saw some of that be allocated to the Christmas tree this year, and obviously a bunch of repairs on Baker Street.
And that includes the downtown improvements. Again, public art, Vernon street light replacement, decorative lighting. For the bridge portion, we have $360,000 there. $60,000 is for a bridge assessment. Fun, quiz here, how many bridges do we think that we have in the city of Nelson that we own?
36.
36, we got a 25. Okay, and an 18. We got 26 structures, so pretty good here, yeah. Price is Right's rules. Although you're 25.
That's a 25?
Yeah, you're good, yeah. Anyway, so this is, again, getting that external assessment done of our bridge structures. We had this done about 5 years ago the last time, and one of the bridges that was identified as needing to be replaced, I think by 2026, was the Lakeside Drive bridge going into Public Works there.
Yeah.
So that is what the other $300,000 of the balance is to do the initial planning work for that.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Mayor. Just curious, when you're replacing a bridge, like that's a critical piece there to get to the park, to Public Works. What do you do when you're repairing it?
Yeah, well, fortunately, the alignment will change with that one. So it'll actually end up sort of downstream from where it currently is.
Okay.
So we'll be able to keep that bridge operating while the new one goes in. Again, you know, this 300,000 is for the design work, so we don't know exactly what design, what style of bridge we'll be putting in, whether it's like a stringer bridge or like more of a culvert bridge. So that's to be worked out. One of the things we do know though is we have the force main that we need to replace. It comes from the airport lift station. We're replacing it from the airport lift station down. And so we really want to make sure that the work on Lakeside Drive Bridge, you know, dovetails with that, because that force main will be included in the bridge, whether it's suspended below on a stringer layout of a bridge or in the earth fill of any type of culverts type bridge multi-plate they call it.
Okay, thank you.
So that's a critical piece, just that they're sequenced, you know, and happening at the same time.
And then any closures as well will deploy to the airport apron, so if there is any closures, we will put our equipment across the bridge previously, and then we'll be able to deploy from there.
Thank you.
Josephine?
How will that, is there any conversation with the folks who want to do the Cottonwood rehabilitation? Will that influence what
Yeah, we've
you're doing?
been, and this is one of the things why we were, you know, not just like, yeah, come on in, that sounds great, right? Is to make sure that they knew what was happening with the bridge and the design. So yeah, we've been in touch with them and they're aware of the project.
Yeah, sounds like a really exciting project.
Yeah, and it will be dual lane instead of just one lane. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, and you have in your package, because this is just showing 2026 and the design side of this, the 2027 for that bridge was, you know, 2 million, I think.
Yeah.
2 million. Just that one little bridge.
Well, if it was gonna be 2 lane and we'll find out more this year on what exactly that will look like.
Actually
It could look
decent
like.
size span too,
Yeah.
going across that.
And
bridge.
just, yeah, actually supplemental, it has to carry a huge amount of weight because of all the public works trucks and such.
Yeah.
Just got it, is what you said.
There is a load capacity.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Okay,
Lift on the one side.
so the next item, the garage four post hoist, I'll pass this on to Charlie.
So this is a hoist in bay number 1, so right from the 90s. It is at end of lifespan, and we're looking to increase the lifting capacity as we've increased heavier vehicles as well. So it's a simple replacement.
Will this be transit ready for the EVs?
That is definitely being incorporated, but that's a different also conversation with BC Transit, that they need to come to the table to.
And what this allows for is having a 4-post hoist. I think, is it a 2-post that's currently in there?
Correct.
So you're just able to lift bigger vehicles, so it does free up additional bays, which allows the mechanics to, you know, if you got only one high capacity lift and there's already a bus on it, can't wait in line, now we'll be able to like get something on this one and then be able to do the work, so.
Okay.
And we will be looking to sell the lift that's coming out of there, so there will be some cost recovery, modest compared to the total price there, but you know, hoping to get sort of 10-15% of that cost back sale. Yep.
Okay, so this one, so with our asphalt program, so this is a smaller unit that can be towed around by a pickup truck. Where we're running into issues is when the paving plant shuts down, we still continue working. We still continue our third-party servicing, we still continue our utilities work, and we continue our road repairs.
We continue to get bricks. If they happen.
Yeah. Oh, water main
Yeah,
breaks.
water
Yes,
main
thank
breaks.
you.
Yeah,
Good example, Ward Street water main leak last February, which was one of the largest water main breaks that the city has incurred. The problem with that, after we do the repair, we leave a gravel surface that, you know, goes through the winter time, our plow trucks, our traffic. This will allow us to deploy this smaller unit to do small scale patching and repair that immediately after our completion. As well as sometimes we're on the last of the list when it comes to patchwork through the summer months. This will allow us to deploy. This is small scale patch work. It's not large scale by any means, but it also utilizes our grindings from our capital works as well. So our material costs go down. We're not here looking to compete with the pavers in town, but we are looking to finish our jobs at 100% rather than wait months for a patcher to come through. This allows us to work a hot mix style on smaller patches in -15 weather. So it's a very unique unit, and it will, our service level, people won't be bending tire rims on, I used the Ward water main leak, that was at the crest of the hill, and it was saturated, it's wet. We would deploy almost 3 times a day, and within an hour it'd be blown out again because it was at the top of the hill, and it was very, very challenging. And then you create gravel down the road, and this way, when we're finished done our water main leak or whatever the job scope is, we can come through and put a hot asphalt surface to it.
Okay, next item, LiDAR map of the city. So LiDAR, and just in advance of the acronym flag coming up, light detecting and ranging data. So this is, the new style of mapping. Functionally what happens is, in this case, a drone will fly over and it fires, beams at the speed of light that go down and then reflect back. It measures how long it takes it to get back, and you end up with this very accurate, and you can get it more accurate based on how much money you spend, but we've identified the level of accuracy we need. You end up with a really accurate 3D model of the city. This is used extensively by both engineering and planning to support decisions and have a more fulsome understanding of what's happening in the city. So this type of thing is typically done every 5 years. We did it in 2016, we did it in 2021, so here we are in 2026 looking to have it done again. And it just keeps its a good record of what we have. And conversely, some might say, well, why don't you just use a Google Earth, things like that. Google Earth is like a sort of cheap stab at what's actually happening here, but boundaries can be a ways off. It isn't a very fully accurate picture, whereas LiDAR is down to the square centimeter.
Is that available as a model that residents can access and
Well, we will likely be using the imaging for our GIS. So yeah, it would be eventually.
So it could be turned into a 3D model?
Well, the 3D model, so you get all the data and it's all there, and it's how much money you spend to have that, model rendered, right?
Yeah.
And so and this would come down to more a question for engineering and planning. I'm sorry, I'm not comfortable to answer whether they feel that would be incredibly useful to have the 3D work done and how much it would cost on top of, getting the essentially the photo and the data layer from that. Yeah.
The reason why I'm asking is because I was in a meeting this week with another city in BC that's looking at developing a public engagement program around some big projects that can happen in the city. So the basis is a 3D model, and you can take, with AI, you can, through this program, this system called Meshy, you can render complete ideas. So let's say we had this idea, I'd like to do something with the Civic Center. And I can just literally describe it. Meshy can render it in like 2 minutes, and then you drop it onto an existing 3D model, and you could be like, walk around it. If you did go into VR, you literally could fully walk around it, and this happens so quick. So this community that I was learning about are considering it for a big district energy project, and how those buildings would fit within the downtown core. But it was pretty exciting. But to do something like that, that model would have to be, generally available, so you can drop your ideas on top of.
Yeah, we'll let you know as we get near. I can only imagine that all of that cost that used to be associated with using the data to render different products out of the LiDAR data. I can only imagine that's becoming much more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Like it's just you're able to and potentially able to just grab it up, right, and rip at it.
Well, the crazy thing was how you could have 10 people in a room. 10 people could just describe their vision. And have that be rendered in full 3D detail, like it's a full 3D model that you can then drop onto an existing cityscape and see what that would look like.
Well, maybe we could just give that to people and we wouldn't even have to build it.
We got,
Put on the goggles when you wanna go first.
we got a few years before the robots.
Rec center, wanna play some pickleball?
Golf, go to the Dolphins.
Golf,
There we go.
Even residents, they lived it.
And then finally, is our engineering survey equipment. So our engineering survey equipment is decades old. The survey equipment that we have still requires 2, if not 3 people to operate, whereas the new equipment is a one-person job. So,
Didn't we have some kind of GIS attachment survey related last year? Is this similar? Is it different? Is it an add-on to that? I feel like there was like a handheld thing that was in the requests last year that was related to the GIS implementation and it was survey related. Could have been a fever dream.
yeah, it could have been from Nelson Hydro maybe?
I'll look for it. Okay, this is different, clearly.
Yeah, no, this is survey equipment. So survey equipment is used to do like general layout in the field. So when we do like Josephine, to find out elevations of the pipes need to be at, to confirm for the crews. So this is, when I talk about those 3 eng techs that we have there, this is part of their job, is to go out into the field, they're the ones that develop the plan. So Charlie's crews will go in to replace the water main on Josephine early this year. That will be, that's our Baker Street work that's for 2026. But all of those engineering plans that they work off of get done by our eng techs. And part of that is the survey. And then as well, when everything's built, they go and resurvey it to make sure we have as-built to have accurate data as to actually what elevation things are at. So, when we want to go in there and dig afterwards, we know that it's actually, a little bit higher than it was in the designs. For whatever reason, so.
The ground may have moved.
Yeah.
When my team comes in, we need to be sure that our top of pipe is that top of pipe as per the plans, and I think that's that communication piece. That's that survey equipment coming in and ensuring that we're building as per spec.
Oh yeah, critical equipment that is very long in the tooth, and we should have upgraded it previously. So we're doing it now. And that's it.
I have another question about that. So these are like ongoing equipment needs. Why does it land in capital and not in kind of like ongoing upgrades of materials and operations? Help me understand where you draw the line. Help me understand where you draw the line, please.
It is still kind of lumpy stuff, right?
Okay.
We're not asking for engineering equipment or LiDARs every 5 years, so we could every 5 years have it in the operating budget to have 30,000. We could do it that way. If you have a nice consistent operating budget, I think it's easier to wrap your head around why things are going up and not like, oh, it went up, down because we didn't do LiDAR this year, and then we're doing LiDAR this year, so it went up by that. And it's kind of hard to wrap your head around, hey, we're just dealing with wages and inflation, and then this kind of isolates those lumpy things, so, yeah.
That's good rationale, I like that.
Yeah, we use the water license reserve to fund all these type of things, so it's just, as it's coming from reserve, we tend to go in capital.
That's good rationale.
If I see something that's every year, so for example, we had facilities to do, the software that we got, the Gordian software licensing, we had that coming out of capital. And it's a license that we pay for every year, and so I moved it out of there and put it in operating. Like why, it's not lumpy anymore, it's ongoing, so let's pull it out.
Yeah,
And make it an
had like an
operating
initial
cost.
startup cost,
Yes.
implementation cost, and then this is just like ongoing. Gotcha.
And your financial statements are something totally different. They do pull crap
true.
out.
Any further questions, councillors? Okay, so, Charlie, you've been in the hot seat there for a while. Did you, I think I did see you stand up there once to stretch your legs a little bit, so. Seeing no further questions, I really wanna thank you, and I see Charles looks like he probably ran off back to work, but say thank you for him for coming in as well today. And Mr. Johnson, thank you for pitch hitting there for Mr. Ennis, and hopefully we get to see him back in the not too distant future. Only because I remember the absolutely fantastic, you weren't here, and I'm trying to think that he did it maybe during Kozak's term?
Roads?
The roads. He did a really interesting thing about roads and how long they last and what you do and how you gauge them. And it was, I'm pretty sure it was when Deb Kozak was the mayor, and it was just like, so I never have road questions anymore. It was just like, it's in there and it just stuck there, and it was like, roads are complicated. It was a very good, it probably should be on a loop, so that periodically when we get into the heavy road discussion, we could run it again, because there is an awful lot to learn about roads.
I remember one thing that stuck with me was that roads work well until they start falling apart, and then they go really fast. And then
Potentially,
it's,
yeah.
if you get it before that, your costs are so much lower. So that really stuck with me.
Anyways, thank you again for your time, and you are free.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
everyone,
Riley.
appreciate it.
Okay, team, we didn't take a break for a coffee here, so let's just take a break. At noon, I believe we will be starting our lunch and learn. And before that, the goal was to actually be finished at 11:45, and it's 11:36. And so I don't know whether or not lunch could be here, so we could just start eating that earlier, or have an opportunity to stretch your legs, run outside, look at the sunshine. Whatever you do, please be back for noon when we have the lunch and learn.
Thank you. Yeah.
feel like they have a good boss and they have a good team and they're working together and no one's wearing everything on their shoulders, it's shared. Like I know that's how I feel great when I feel like I'm in a shared team environment and it's not all on my shoulders. I don't know if that's more important than actually getting people out and
Well, we do
rock
both.
climbing together.
Yeah, we do both, the barbecue that we have for all staff, as a exempt team, we have a social group that we go out and do something once every couple months. Nelson Hydro does a bunch of things. Christmas, Public Works had their little get together, so we're trying to do a little bit of both and recognize employees. I think we're having long service awards here. This next council meeting, all those things I think builds that, as you say, that like you have to start by wanting to be here, right? If you start by, I hate getting up every day going to my job.
That's a great start.
Yeah, then it doesn't take much to knock you off the, off the pendulum or the whatever.
Need some full contact hockey games.
Thanks, Rick.
Mandatory.
Mandatory.
Well, and things like, that's why we have loans for ski passes and golf passes and fitness passes and we have an e-bike loan program and all those things. Hopefully people, are mentally, you're doing physical things that help you with that mental health as well.
Yeah, I think each team is gonna have their own approach and their own style to team building or how they maybe do something together. Like we have those bigger kind of corporate initiatives like the annual barbecue that we do once a year, but I think as Kevin was alluding to, each team is also coming up with their own little culture, right? And that kind of makes sense because the reality is that, for the PLTs that all see each other every day of the week, versus, here at City Hall, we have our own little culture. And so I think there's that broader corporate culture, but then each team kind of has their culture. And a big part of that, I think, where we can influence and nudge that is by providing that leadership training to their manager, to their supervisor, so that you have a leadership group that has some of that emotional awareness as to, those are important parts of the work environment and creating a psychologically safe place where people can talk about how they're feeling and those parts of the job as well.
Thank you.
And so just to kind of continue on here, actually, so the leadership workshops that we're doing this year, we're actually departing from what we've done in the past. So I think we spent 2 years there working on some of that leadership theory, and again, identifying some of those themes and going into that. So we're still going to do the identifying the themes part, but we're, for this year, I think to freshen up our approach a little bit, going to be focusing on a bit of our internal kind of management style and trying to create some consistency across the organization. So just identifying I think we've kind of seen that different teams sometimes have their own approach for something like a performance evaluation or what, kind of an investigation might look like. So just bringing the management team together to kind of talk through some of these things and try to achieve some consistency was just a bit of a change because we've spent the last 2 years doing some leadership focused training. We also are anticipating that we'll likely be bargaining with IBEW. Their contract expires this summer. Very well could be as well. Bargaining with IAFF, their contract is expired. We'll be working again on generating more statistics, KPIs, so starting with the historic hiring analysis and looking for other opportunities to track data and report out. And then it's our first year that we're complying with the provincial pay transparency reporting. So I'm not sure how where council is, but that's something the province started 4 years ago, and they've been bringing different employers into kind of the catchment based on their size. So this year we are now within that kind of that catchment. So we'll be doing it for the first time, and I think it is depending on the data that you have available, it can take some time to put together, but again, it's to advance the provincial initiative to create that pay transparency and identify trends in terms of gender pay gap and that type of thing. So we'll be participating in that.
Ian, that's a question.
Are you done with that slide, Kate, that you were doing?
Oh, actually, I had one more thing that I was going to bring to your attention that's not on the slide.
Another HR matter that you'll see me on later this year is actually, as you're the outgoing council, you'll also be asked to do a CAO performance evaluation per your policy that we worked on 2 years ago. So I was gonna mention that as well.
Okay, so my question comes out of sort of the pay equity gap and just around equity in general. So do we have any data or statistics of whether our DEI numbers are improving? How are we gathering that data? Because when I look around at both the management team and, you know, a couple other departments are very male heavy. Do we have any programs? And I know there are challenges in many of those areas that have traditionally gone that way, but do we have any focus or any specific programs on shifting those numbers, particularly around equity and diversity, certainly inclusion, but.
Yeah, the work that was done in those areas, obviously it's ongoing and it's
I know
not
there's
something.
been training and all of
Yes,
that.
so there's been the training. I think on the HR side of things, again, we've tried to make sure that our managers are trained in terms of how do you participate on a hiring panel. So we have a kind of an unconscious bias hiring guide that everyone's required to do if they're gonna participate on a hiring panel. So that's with the idea that as we're bringing new people into the organization, we certainly wanna make sure that we're aware of those biases. To the extent that we can get into the right place moving forward, like, to me, that's where the focus needs to be, because we can't necessarily, it's challenging to correct, like, we wouldn't be able to make changes to existing hires, for example, things that were done in the past. So it's been a forward-looking approach in terms of kind of that hiring. What do our job descriptions and job postings look like? Where are those going? Are we reaching diverse candidates? So that's kind of been where our emphasis is at. We haven't collected data internally on specific to like gender pay gap. We haven't collected that, but this year, as we're participating in the provincial pay transparency reporting, we'll have that data. It's just not something that we were actively collecting and looking at in the past.
So we don't know whether we've made any significant gains in our equity numbers.
I think we'd have to understand what we're measuring and how we're measuring it, and then define what improvement looks like. And that's actually not, from my perspective, like for me sitting here, that's not an easy thing to do. And when we've met as, when I met with various kind of managers in the city to talk about what we can do, we often have arrived at the conclusion that what we can do currently is to try to provide that training and that education. Because there's a level of expertise there, for example, in identifying what metrics would you use to measure success, right?
And I guess what I'm asking in the most respectful way is meeting together with a non-diverse, non-equitable leadership team going to really bring you the pool of ideas and information. So I don't know.
It's a fair point, and I don't have a very good answer, because I think, again, we look at all the things that we're doing that we talk about in this presentation, and not to say that DEI initiatives aren't important, but it becomes a resourcing issue.
Yeah, and I agree 100%. I should have started that way. This was amazing, the leaps and bounds that you've done with a really limited staff. I think that's so crucial, and that organizational culture throughout my career has been the number one thing that was the difference between success and the opposite thereof for many organizations. I just think as a leader in the community, it is one area where there's room for growth.
Yeah, and it's definitely, as Gabe said, it's on the radar. We have we certainly, for example, in Public Works, met with some of our female workers and just asked them what the environment is, why they would or wouldn't have applied for a position here. So we're trying to understand, is there barriers? As Gabe said, we had certain positions kind of that were sort of named for a male. And so we said, well, let's change the name of that position, like a laborer, right? We identify as a male position, so I forget what we call that position.
Crew member.
Are you identifying, laborer?
Laborers.
That's what it used to be called, and now
Yeah.
they've changed the name.
Yeah,
And you'll see a lot
That's
of
what it always used to be called.
a lot of municipalities still use that term, labor.
It's just one of
What's
those.
wrong?
you-
I don't understand what's wrong with it.
I'm just saying historically, if you thought of a laborer, you probably would have thought of a guy in the ditch digging a hole, right? So
Yes.
some of those, and that was feedback we got from female employees, that wasn't, didn't feel like an attractive position for me. Cause that's how they perceived the
I
job as well, right?
I see, so there's nothing in the word itself, it's the history, the fact that
It's
it
the
was
history
the
of it,
history.
yeah. So who traditionally filled those positions, so.
Sure.
Some change over time, like a nurse, back in the day was a female person. Now we have lots of males in those positions, so nurse, I don't think has that connotation, but there were certain
Except for
positions.
the literal definition of the word.
Yeah, true enough. Anyway, yeah, maybe there should be a different name for nurse in today's world, but we're trying to do those little tweaks because we wanna attract a candidate pool that people relate to that job and go, oh, that's something I could do. I think as Kate pointed out, some of the qualifications, right? So we're trying to make those job descriptions that people feel they can do that position and we encourage people to come apply. We talked about transit drivers in the past, like a good transit driver, yes, you need to be able to drive the bus well, but a good transit driver is a person that's personable and can relate to the people on the bus. So, we'd much rather have the bar is, yes, you need to be able to drive a large bus, but who we're trying to hire is the person that relates to people.
You got one more than you did last year, don't you?
Pardon?
There's one more female transit driver than the last.
Yeah, and that's some of the things we're trying to understand.
Yeah.
Why don't we get a lot of that? Because lots of time we just don't get the applicants, right?
Yeah. And when you're talking about recruiting from diverse places, like that might be one of the things that we need to think about.
And also the language in there, right? Like I mentioned, I didn't say it, but typically a guy will look through there and see something that they're not qualified for and be like, yeah, whatever, I'm still gonna apply though, right? Where, females, are less likely to see that and be like, yeah, no, I'm still gonna apply. They're more likely to say, oh, well, I'm not qualified, I'm not gonna apply, right? So it's about removing those barriers at the outset when we're actually getting in the pool of candidates, so.
But that's an interesting question. We can maybe look back and see what our employee mix is now versus 5 years ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of, because I know we have more female police officers.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I know we have at least this, but so the library's still, the one male is gone, so that'll be interesting.
I think something that we shouldn't lose sight of is that we do have union contracts and they're public union contracts, so there is pay equity within those
There it is,
contracts. So in terms of pay, everybody's getting paid the same. Whether or not we have the numbers in terms of gender diversity or ethnic diversity, but pay. So I always struggle when people say we're looking at pay equity. In the public sector, for the most part, pay equity already exists, whether or not you decide that you're the person to apply for the job for any multiple of reasons. That's a whole another thing that we can look at. And of course, then for us in terms of the excluded positions, there's different pay scales there. But I think that we have to also keep in mind that those that are in the union contract, if I'm the bus driver, it doesn't matter whether I'm female or male or I belong to an ethnic group, I'm still getting paid whatever the going rate is for being the transit driver. So
The principle, to be clear, the principle is we're hiring the best candidate.
We are.
Yes.
Yep. Well, we want, in that, we want,
but within the
Always
pool of
the
diversity.
things like you're saying, the scanning for language, that kind of thing. Good. As long as we're not trying to hit quotas or anything like that.
yeah,
And that's not the suggestion, but the other thing I would say about pay equity within a union is even within a union down at Public Works, there are different positions that have different pay levels, right?
and if you look at our unionized contract, they must have went through a pay equity process way back when, because our differentials between our classifications are very tight compared to
where, you saw female dominated positions at the lower end and male dominated positions at the higher end. Ours are pretty tight, so there clearly was some pay equity. I did that with the school district 20 years ago where we looked at those classifications, and that was the exercise. If there were female dominated positions, you had to look at what the skill set and all those things, was it equivalent and were those in ratio, and it looks like that was done here.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I'm just gonna so it's 3:25 and we have on our agenda to be finished at 4. We have a few snacks out. I see some people have gotten up to grab some. I would encourage others, because last Friday it seemed that we left with all kinds of food still here because we broke early. I just wanna take the temperature in the room in terms of its finance is our last presenter here today, and they're usually always fast. It kind of makes me laugh because every time when I was the secretary treasurer of the union and we were going through each department, and it would be like labor and legal, and people had so many questions, and then finance would come up and the controller would say, well, I have no budgetary increases this year and it's status quo, and I've done the budget and we're gonna be able to cover all our costs for next year. And that was the end of that. It was like a 37-second conversation. And I'm looking at the slide deck for finance, and it sort of feels like what I dealt with at the union for years. But is everybody okay if can we take 10 minutes, maybe have a snack, and then do finance, and then we'll just let Gabe finish his last slide because we haven't looked at his budget. But does everybody want to get through finance today? Sure. Like everybody has the time, everybody can stay here. Okay,
And
so that's what we're
we'd
gonna
be 2
do.
days in and we'd actually be on schedule. That's pretty awesome.
Okay, so we're gonna let Gabe talk about his budget. And then we're gonna take a little 10-minute break, grab a little bit of food, and we will have finance. Thank you.
Gabe's budget's probably easier than finance.
That's what I was
Actually, it's
gonna say.
pretty basic.
It's a pretty simple budget, and maybe, I don't know, Chris, if you just wanna provide a couple comments.
You know, I always kind of joke with Gabe a little bit because his big, the muffins budget for meetings or something. There's not a lot that he has in his actual supplies and services piece there, but I don't know, Amy probably has a couple of little comments she could make, so.
Yeah, no. The increase in supplies and services you see is just that triannual exempt salary review, because we bring in that consultant for that. And the other stuff is just inflationary increases. It's slightly less than you'd expect actually on that 2% for salaries, and that's because when we pulled out resource recovery from our overall budget, because we allocated one's time, some like HR, finance, IT, we've just been able to shift that over to the resource recovery.
I think that was one of the, not requests, but something that kind of came up last year is, hey, we do water, sewer, we do resource recovery, then we do general, and then you see resource recovery again, because it is part of our general budget. So we worked hard this year to take it out, so then you just see the stuff that's left over, so.
So this is just the taxation.
So the triennial salary survey, that's a consultant?
It's done externally with a consultant.
And is
that's
that the
correct.
same with the council one?
The council one, we've never done external, so it's a bit simpler. And I can speak to why when I bring it to you to review.
That's okay. I just want, so that's mainly what's in the consulting fee for them. Perfect. Very important work.
Okay. So, 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
last item of the day, we're now at finance. So Amy, if you wanna take it away, it's all yours.
So a quick overview of finance, for residents and what I'm calling the external core functions. The finance department is the face of the city and assists customers with customer service for Nelson Hydro, billing and inquiries for property tax, utility billings. We issue residential permits downstairs. We do annual business licenses, and many more dispersed points when people call in. That's the team downstairs that answers. Internally, the department supports accounts payable, accounts receivable, payroll. We do all the purchase orders for all of the city departments, and that includes Hydro, the police, and the library. Where larger municipalities typically have a finance department for police departments and whatnot. We provide quarterly reports for council, as you know, monthly reporting for managers, and then also ad hoc budgeting management throughout the year when managers ask for it. For legislative requirements, we do the annual 5-year financial plan with council. We complete the audit of our finances and also the statement of financial information, also known as the SOFI report. And there's also a lot of other random provincial reporting throughout the year and at year end that we do for the provincial and federal government. Lastly, what's unique about the city of Nelson is we help 3 other surrounding municipalities or villages with CFO services. Nathan West, who you heard from last week.
I have a question. Sure. That first block, when you talk about external core functions, I know that I have paid like my youth center bill downstairs.
Yeah.
And when Terry was here, the manager of the youth center, she spoke about updating that registration process. Would that fall in here, or would that fall under the youth center?
So currently they handle registration.
Yeah.
And then after the registration part, it comes over to my team where we do all the invoicing and collect payment. So we're hoping to streamline kind of both of those and do both registration and payment online. To, I think we average probably 100 youth center invoices a month. So it is a big.
So that would.
It takes up a lot of time. So
that. Online registration that they're working on would make your functioning easier as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Definitely.
Great.
And I think it's just helpful for the community. Like having to either call into City Hall or come down to City Hall, it's a little dated. We can't unfortunately have our AR online. Thanks for that too. So 2025. 3 of our key highlights. One of them was rolling out pay by phone to all the on-street meters throughout the city. Like all new things, it had some hiccups and some learning curves. I think the biggest ones were people learning what their actual license plate was, and just knowing that they have to make sure they're putting in the right location code because some of the meters have different ones depending on the time limits. But by the summer, we were receiving a lot less complaints and disputes on that, which was really nice. Over the last 6 months, just a fun fact, we've averaged about 18% of our revenue coming through pay by phone for on-street meters. So yeah, I think that's pretty good with minimal push on that, and I think people are very appreciative too. I think we're still trying to get that communication out on why there's that minimum of 1 hour through pay by phone, and that's really just because of the transaction fee. So we've added some messaging into the app and trying to make that more aware. So people do still use coins for the shorter visits, whether it's 15 minutes, 30 minutes type thing. Suzanne and our purchasing team also worked incredibly hard to update the procurement policy and processes. That is in the
Amy, the parkade, how are you doing with that?
The parkade, that one, it's still sitting roughly about 70% occupied over time, so there's still tons of space in there if you hear people complaining about no parking downtown, and we're always recommending people go in there. It's pretty hands-off compared to what it used to be. Our old machine that we had in there was managed by the youth center, and Terry was down there daily trying to get credit cards out of the machine that were eaten or the rolling tape not working. So the operational side of it is so much better. It's lighting's all fixed. We've got some nice colors on each.
Yeah, it's
it's crazy, even though we talk about it all the time, I know, but I always forget about it.
Right.
Like
We
I
got a
always
nice
forget
little
about it.
sign outside, it
There's a
hangs
sign
off
there.
the
I
side.
know.
We had no signage out there
No.
before, at least we have a green parking sign now that I hoped would help with tourism and stuff, but I think we didn't put it up till like September, so
Yeah.
probably we can get it over the summer.
What a big neon
Yeah.
parking.
Flashing.
Yeah,
Like a
like-
hospital sign. Do we have signage in the downtown that points you to
We
the?
do, yeah, there's some off of Baker at, Stanley and Baker has a parkade directing you left, we've got some on the highway directing you straight to it.
I've seen Amy out there with one of those spinning.
But I wonder if like it's one of those things that once you do it one or two times, then
Yeah.
you're like, it's in your brain.
Yeah.
But, cause the one sign that I do notice almost every time is the one that we put out front here.
Mm.
For the marquee.
Right.
This one, yeah. It's
Well,
the
we should
one I
put one of those.
do see.
Saying parking, parkade.
Or yeah, use
Take
the
that one.
parkade.
Yeah.
Did you know the parkade is open?
And we're often looking for little filler messages, so we can definitely add that.
Yeah, yeah,
That's one
just
of them. Yeah, I like that. So the procurement policy is in the draft finalization stage and will be coming to council in the spring. This project was also completely grant funded. It's very seldom that finance get grants. So. Lastly, another key highlight that we worked on this year was the request for proposal for a payroll system. Our current program, as explained last year, is end of life and it's required to be replaced. It also is pretty unique in the amount of union agreements we have and how complex the payroll is. So we're currently in the process of demonstration stage and hoping to be selecting a successful proponent over the next few weeks. Which brings me into 2026 initiatives. Beginning implementing the payroll system. It's going to be a pretty big project over the next year. It takes quite a bit of time to develop and build that system, especially with all the union agreements, and then again several months to make sure we're doing some parallel testing. Payroll is pretty important for staff. Yeah. Another initiative, we want to continue enhancing customer service for residents through a couple avenues, one of them being the youth center. So we want to support the youth center in that transition over to open an online scheduling and payment process. We want to continue promoting e-billing of Nelson Hydro customers and increasing the number of residents in the pre-authorized deposits for property tax and utility billing. So that's helping residents make monthly payments leading up the year before their bill is due, so that when they get that bill, it's not a huge shock and it helps kind of that monthly budgeting. And people do earn interest on those deposits. So. Lastly, the finance department will be continuing our work on asset management within the city. This is to ensure our critical infrastructure is maintained, updated, and funded in a strategic and cost-effective way. Strong asset management practices also help us meet the expanding provincial reporting requirements and assist in grant applications. We've found that many grant applications are now asking for more asset management information, not only to improve transparency and accountability, but this will directly impact our ability to secure that external funding for critical or major infrastructure projects.
Oh, you guys are busy over there in the corner. Councillor Payne first, then Councillor Woodward.
I remember the last time the general manager of Nelson Hydro was in, he said that the number of online leads had gone up somewhat significantly.
Sitting at either 40 or 42% right now. The Canada Post strike helped a lot. Yeah, when people found out how much they were relying on paper bills, when it's a lot simpler to get it on paper bills.
So is that a signal to us to send out some of our other bills?
We are a bit
In that way?
restricted in our financial management system. Currently, we do not have the ability to send utility bills or property taxes online with our current system.
Is there any way we can not, I'll talk about it, get two for our house, it seems weird. Not a big thing.
I was wondering, sorry.
Yeah.
I was wondering about asset management. Is asset management is kind of critical tool for how we apply taxation, isn't it? Correct, because as we were understanding our assets, then we know much more about how much we're gonna need in taxation. So it's a critical piece, connective tissue to that, is that correct?
Yeah, it's all about long-term planning and being able to avoid those situations, where you're saying where everything looks fine, because you've got a 5-year financial plan, but looming off in year 6 is some huge $10 million project that then you roll that in and you think, oh wow, we really need to ramp up rates. We want to be looking 30 years out, 40 years out and saying, okay, here's where we need to get to, and then being able to build that strategically rather than at the last minute.
So, okay, I just was thinking about how all the ways that we use asset management in just general work here.
The goal is to make that whole budgeting process, like sort of boring and mundane, right? Because everything's so well planned out.
Right.
Where everything slots in, and an emergency happens and it's, okay, now we need to find this amount of money to help that. It's like, okay, well, we can kind of play with it and boom, there we go, we're good, right? So all of the legwork is in getting it set up.
Right.
And what we're doing now to make sure that, like Chris said, and we have that long range forecast where things are generally slotted in, understanding that it's a bit fuzzier the further out you go, right? But as long as you have an idea of where you're at, where the reserves are gonna be, all of that work, and then.
I think the facilities workshop is gonna be a pretty good illustration of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So shifting over to the budget slide, under sales and services, that's primarily our contracts with the small municipalities. We help with their financial services. Conditional grants, unfortunately went down to 0 as Suzanne's project was last year for the procurement update. Salaries and benefits have increased, and that's due to general inflation and also partially because of Nathan transitioning out of that IT manager section of his role, the more finance side of things. Supplies and services have decreased due to one-time grant funding expenses from Suzanne's group, as well as a one-time reduction in our payroll software costs. Last year we had budgeted to implement the software earlier. It was big and important, we want to make sure we're doing it right. So we won't have it fully up and running for at least probably 6 months, so we've just pulled back on that budget. We don't need it for 2026.
What's missing here that you have reductions in your revenue and expenses,
Kind of like a
and you
debt
still
double
end up with an
negative.
increase?
Yeah, so my reduction in revenue
Yeah,
becomes an increase.
yeah, sorry.
See, look at that. Finance, like always.
So organized.
Okay, I see no other questions. So, on that note, if I could ask for a resolution to adjourn. It's been moved by Councillor Page, seconded by Councillor Panero. All those in favor, and that carries. And just a reminder to everyone, AKBLG resolutions, the request was for early next week to have those in. And we talked about the fact that one of the ones that we had last year that maybe we'd try again with this year was around the no tax or secondary suites. And I'm looking at Councillor Page and I'm wondering if he wants to give a thought to what it might look like in terms of what needs to be changed or tweaked there, and then handing that off to staff to complete the.
Me and Kate will work on that.